Okay, and I'm back. Let me minimize that, get that out of there. Okay, so that's gonna be fun editing. So my electricity got knocked out as there was a accident down the road from me. Took out a pole, which makes a lot more sense than the yeah. It was it started raining and rained for like 10 minutes, and then it was sunny again. And we're like, well, it wasn't that knocked out electricity. Alright, so I'm gonna be starting with this teaser trailer that came out right before. Why'd I repost? Because I went offline for 40 minutes. Did you miss all the other stuff in general, chat? Potato? Yeah, my electricity got knocked out for like nearly an hour. So I took the stream down and took everything down. Actually, over an hour. Let's see, that would have been around like 3:30. It's now nearly 5. Yeah, over an hour. Yeah. So we were about to start this video, and then all my lights went off. I thought someone hit the switch upstairs that knocks out most of my electricity. Nope. Turns out the whole neighborhood was knocked out due to a pole getting hit. So, it's not great, and I got spliced the VODs together later. But anyway, so yeah, here's a teaser trailer that'll go into an actual article I've got over here, waiting. This makes a lot more sense to 40K people, but this is pretty funny. Stop lying around. Yep, okay. So that was it. That's pretty funny. So that goes into the Lion. Lionel Johnson is returning. I actually already knew this bit. This was in the rumors. Totally believed it. Totally reasonable. And I saw a pop-up on my phone of Adeptus, not Adeptus, Auspex Tactics with the title, like, the Lion's back, Lion's confirmed. Humanity faces its darkest hour in 10,000 years, as per usual. Fully half the galaxy is cloaked in darkness, been that way for nearly 200 years, but anyway. Demon Primarch of Khorne rampages across the stars, yep. And, not the first time, though. And fell Bale fleets reave innocent worlds at the behest of the Spoiler and the Archifane. That's new. Well, the Archifane part's new. The Spoiler thing, that's not new. We're getting to the Lion, Potato. Hold on. The Avenging Sun, Reboot Gilliman. I like how this links to his product page. Actually, yeah, for you, Potato. This is the Avenging Sun. Reboot Gilliman, the current only loyalist Primarch, and current Lord Commander of the Imperium of Man. Cannot be everywhere at once. The Imperium grasps for a light in the darkness, and a light they shall receive. The Lion, Gilliman's brother, one of them, has returned.
The state of the galaxy, the Dark Angels, the Arcs of Omen series has led to the brink. Abaddon has sent out the Arcs of Omen, Vashtor the Archifane is now at large, and Angron is on a rampage, and there's perhaps one character in the entire galaxy who could stand against Angron. That's the Lion.
Lionel Johnson is the Primarch of the Dark Angels, formerly the Dark Angels Legion, and now he is the returned Primarch of the Dark Angels chapter.
Okay.
Returning Primarchs are a big deal. The return of Reboot Gilliman, that was an era-defining moment for the inhabitants of the 41st millennium and for fans of the 41st millennium. It doesn't happen very often, and this is the second opportunity in my life.
Angron is always on the rampage, this is correct.
He's been deep in the rock
he is Angron.
Years. All is lost.
He might be angry.
Chaos. But this is where the Lion appears.
This model is looking pretty
this is where
sweet.
He makes a stand as
Not
a light
gonna lie.
in the dark, as a knight standing alone.
He grew up as a feral youth on a forested world full of monsters and then taken in by knights after he'd spent years hunting down creatures of chaos. And that's pretty
I
much
will
what
get
he's
to
gone
that,
back to doing.
Geese.
He's found
I
half
have
of the galaxy
commentary on
completely
that.
subsumed by darkness, warp storms, chaotic beasts, so he's just set back to work. He is going to reunite, you'd imagine, with the Dark Angels chapter, and woe betide anybody who finds themselves on the other side of the battlefield from them.
Not gone to anything about free rules yet. However, I'm probably gonna go back and rewatch the 10th edition trailer soon. But let's talk about the Lion here. I'm making the Lion's Arcs of Omen book. I know I will be eagerly awaiting the Adeptus Ridiculous summary of it later. Lionel Johnson, Primarch of the Dark Angels, has returned from the annals of history in humanity's time of greatest need, wielding the Radiant Sword Fealty and the Emperor's Shield. Is that a new thing? He is a martial paragon, a hunter of beasts and slayer of traitors, stalking the mist-wreathed passageways between the stars like a questing knight of old Terra. Okay, so him being old, right? I think that makes perfect sense. You know why? Gilliman doesn't look old because Gilliman's been in stasis for 10,000 years. He's been in a pocket of time that has been cut off from the rest of everything that moves infinitesimally slowly because he had a poisoned knife wound across the throat. Right? And so he was put in a stasis. The lion was not. He was just sleeping. Why the sleep thing happened, I don't know if they've ever really explained. But he was sleeping, so his body is still, even as a Primarch, still going through the ravages of time, if probably a bit slower than normal. So yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me that he's old now. Doesn't Cypher have the lion's sword? Yeah, I don't think that's the lion's sword. Like, not his original sword. That's a new sword, I think. Lionel Johnson makes me think of trains. Trains? Why trains? Anyway, this is a gorgeous looking miniature. This is so Dark Angels. I love this pauldron design, how it gives some leeway to move in towards the neck and the arm up into it without sacrificing too much coverage, because this is one of the biggest things about the lion. He is the penultimate duelist amongst the Primarchs, amongst the 19 Primarchs, 18 plus a twin, 19 Primarchs. In standard normal 1v1, there was no better than the lion. So him having a pauldron that truly reflects the swordsmanship, I think, makes a lot of sense. Really cool. It looks like he has like a lion pelt coming off his back. The backpack with the wings pulled in is very cool. I like this diamond shaped iron halo. That's a new take on that design. Very, very cool. I noticed how sharp all these lines are in the armor. It's going to be beautiful to paint. Does that mean Vulcan will have a Gandalf beer when he comes back to servers? These aren't servitors. These are the Watchers in the Dark. A warp entity, might I remind people, or at least Xenos and heavily warp related. But they're not human, mind you. Some shenanigans right from the get-go with Dark Angels. But these are Watchers in the Dark, not servitors. The Vulcan would not. He is a perpetual. He doesn't. He kind of just hits his points and then he doesn't really age. I don't think anyway. But that'd be cool. But also, we don't know if he's actually still around. The whole Wah energy thing and everything. That's a link and a half. Good lord. Also, what's the one on the right carrying? A scepter of power, I think? Like a ornamental scepter? I don't know. Maybe they'll explain that. I guess I'll look at this link real quick. Copy link address. Hey, how you doing, Geese? What is this? Okay. Upload failure. Laugh at this user. It's a lot of trains. Okay. Fair enough. Every square inch of his jaw-dropping model marks him as a true hero of legend. His armor is finely detailed with personal icons and the marks of his legion, yet reserved and efficient. It befits one whose duty lies in warfare first and all other matters second. That's even kind of reflected in his tactical genius being one of more intuitive and is logically deconstructed, like, say, Gilliman's. Fealty is an elegant weapon with subtle adornments. It is. It is a very practical-looking broadsword, or hand-and-a-half sword. I much like this design. It's actually fairly reasonable in, like, all ways. With the Emperor's shield glitters in regal ornamentation, which is a little bit more reasonable if you're going to make something ornamented. But even then, I do like how even then it's recessed into the shield. Or I guess not really. I guess it's actually... No, never mind. Forget the point I was going to make. It's still a nice looking shield. This is very fun to paint. On the tabletop, the lion is the consummate swordsman, balancing raw power and preternatural skill, scything through the enemy's foes like weed. Those lucky who live long enough to return a blow are met with bone-crunching wave of force as the fury of the Emperor resounds from his shield. Also, these helmets. Can we talk about these helmets? Oh, is the Lionel trains? Okay. Doing good, excited about 10th. I'm trying to believe in Reddit rumors about all rules being free and coaxes being only fluff. Ooh. A little too reasonable to be 40k. I like the hood helmet one. This is very nice. All of these are very cool. I would be happy with any of these three, to be honest. Any of these are just magnificent. Look at this. This is so nice. It's so nice. Well, to be fair, Geese, given long enough, and your rules will be a Wahapedia anyway. So, you know. This, it is good. This legendary character deserves the mother of all red carpets, since with Lionel Johnson's gang in the Arcs of Omen the Lion, and yes, he will throw down with Angron, the demon Primarch of Khorne, in a truly cataclysmic brother-on-brother bout that's been 10,000 years in the making. Sweet. So, that's amazing. We got some Warhammer Horus Heresy. The homeworld of Warhammer Warmaster Horus comes up under siege as the Imperial Fists begin an apocalyptic campaign to conquer Chthoniya. This new expansion book on the Warhammer for Warhammer the Horus Heresy introduces the Onslaught campaign system, brings expanded rules for the Legiones Astartes, and heralds the return of Zone Mortalis. We'll look into this briefly. Then I want to go back and get to that 10th edition trailer again, because, man, I got some stuff to pick apart. I have literally, I'm not joking, like, while I was offline, like, these are my notes from watching the trailer once. Off of memory. Right. Imagine Lion just says, yeah, I need another nap, goes basically. Yeah. Yep. That's how it goes, man. Man, I got that one fight in. Good day, good day. I'm gonna go back to bed now. The Horus Heresy has evolved from one small mention in a very old source book in a sprawling epic of fraternal struggle and filial betrayal. I don't know if I'm saying that right. New edition of the game is going great. What? Grammar failure. Laugh at this user. Is going great with they just shoved guns in there for some reason. Anyway, it's going great with plenty of old favorites making the transition of plastic. There's never been a better time to pick a side in the galaxy's most violent civil war. Good day, Angron Dad. Like,
I'm Andy Hall. I work on the Horus Heresy team in the Warhammer studio.
That dude looks like the Lion.
The setting for the Siege of Chthoniya book is the planet of Chthoniya itself.
Am I crazy? Does this guy not just kind of look like the Lion? Just a little bit? Yeah, Andy here is the Lion. Yeah. This is actually what the Lion was doing during his nap. He actually wasn't napping. He had just gone off to work with Games Workshop. Yeah, a younger Lion, yeah.
For the Siege of Chthoniya book is the planet of Chthoniya itself, which is the homeworld of the Sons of Horus. It's actually the homeworld of the War Master Horus. As the War Master's fleets were advancing on Terra, a small detachment, calling themselves the True Sons of Chthoniya, decide to peel away from the fleet and retake Chthoniya in the interests of the honour of their culture. So the book opens up with a really big, extensive narrative of the actual Chthoniya campaign itself. Then we go into a section that sums up what all of the big factions within the Horus Heresy are doing at this point in the war. We also have some new core scenarios for the game. So if you wish to play through the events described in the narrative, you've got some special scenarios that are themed around the Siege of Chthoniya. We gave people a basic way of doing Zone Mortalis games in White Dwarf when the new edition came out, and this takes that and expands it into a full system. So full Zone Mortalis scenarios and system in this book. It's also got a really interesting section on Space Marine Inductii. We've got a new type of consul, which is called a Decorian. We have the Infernus Abomination. And then the last thing in the book, there's a number of special characters and special models that you can take. There's the two main leaders, the two main special characters, Garius Evander for the Imperial Fists and Varanash Haddon for the Sons of Horus. We've got models coming out for those, rules for them in here.
Sea characters, sweet.
This is the first of the campaigns of the Age of Darkness series, and we intend to keep going with these. One really important thing to say about this book is it's designed to appeal to all Horus Heresy players. It's also telling a really important part of the overall story, and it's also giving people rules and scenarios and all the rest of it that will appeal to everybody.
Okay, fair enough. I have yet to learn Horus Heresy, so I didn't really understand some of the terminology in there, but pretty cool. Nice art, if nothing else. That's cool. Okay, I would like to... Well, actually, what we should do is jump over to the Warhammer thing here. Are there any... Okay, there were no videos I have not gone over, so I'm gonna go back to, we're gonna go back to the main trailer. He worked with the most evil faction of 40K Games Workshop, even made Fabius Biosick. Yeah, that's funny. Come on now. Okay. Now, I paused a bit in my initial reaction. I'm gonna pause a lot now. I'm gonna be like breaking down every little thing, going over my notes. There's a lot of stuff in here, a lot of important stuff and they kind of already inferred that all the details are in fact important and will be stuff, which makes this even a bigger deal. So let's see what we got here. It's gonna be more candles and future models. Saying it now. That's right out of the gate. Candles. We need more candles on minis.
Victory. That is what the preachers cry from the spires.
Alright. What exactly does this door matter? Is nesting more swords too? I want to see a rapier mount. Ooh, 40k rapiers would be cool. Yes, I am with you there. Why don't we have at any moment Ember's children with power rapiers? Why is that not a thing? Or rogue traders. Rogue traders. Can I interest you in some rogue trader rapiers? That's okay, but yeah. Does this mean anything? This does look like Sanguinius. He's got a hand here. I can't really make out what this is besides it's someone with this kind of looks like a gun, almost like an Eldar thing. And we have a Okay, this looks like the Earth, but this whole makeup reminds me kind of that picture of Macarius on the Bane Blade with the wings out and all the Imperial Guardsmen. However, I think there's some helmets, knightly helmets going on here, so maybe not. Maybe this is more like the Emperor calling the Great Crusade kind of thing. If you're gonna right. Okay.
As if they're temples.
Skull braziers. You can't go wrong. So... yeah, I don't know who this is supposed to be. This could be anyone.
What commanders tell the soldiers in their service?
It's almost certainly Sanguinius, though. Probably reference the second book of Siege of Terror. Sanguinius tried to motivate the guard at the bottom of the wall. Oh! The Lost and the Damned. That's not a bad... it's not a bad take. Maybe.
The Indomitus Crusade meets with triumph after triumph. Day by day we tear Imperium Nihilus from the Despoiler's grip. And though we are
yes, Halo's aura, everyone looking at him. Yeah. No, definitely.
Set on all sides. With each battle we drive back the mutant, the heretic, the alien.
I'm just gonna say right now, the amount of firepower being shot up at that fleet, I don't think that's gonna do much. Need some more rate of fire, a little bit more DACA, if you ask me.
The alien.
Just a little bit. Okay. Now we're starting to get good stuff. I want to point out immediately, we have a Phobos Ultramarine. He's got some weird bone stuff on this arm. Are we talking like Tyrannic War Veterans type of deal? Reavers? I don't think so. I think these are different, and I will explain that later. I have multiple theories. I have 4 theories currently written down based on, like, how many observations is this? A dozen. Somewhere around a dozen. However, Reavers... Alright, here's it. Oh, nope, too far. Reavers don't have any antenna stuff going on. No matter what, at least I don't think they do. Not on their helmets, anyway. Hold on, let me pull up Reavers. Actually, yeah, I'll pull up Reavers right in here. 40k Reavers. Also, it would be a skull bottom, not a grill. It'd be a skull. Yeah, no antennas, and the bottom is skull shaped, even when they don't have full helmet. Man, not a single dude in this in this squad makeup has his helmet actually on. Why? That looks so much better. Anyway, not a Reaver. Because they don't have antennas. They don't use any comms equipment. So, not a Reaver. Between Incursor and Infiltrator. Now, do Incursors have... Nope, not Middle Earth. We are really going to break this down little by little. Incursors. Primaris Incursors. Do Incursor helmets. Yeah, I don't get no helmets unless you're literally blue. Yeah. Okay, so even Incursors, they have the scope on the side of their helmets. While if we jump to Infiltrators, they do have antennas. So this is an Infiltrator. If he's any current style of anything, even though he didn't have antenna on his backpack, which I find a little odd, but his helmet at least. But they don't have a grill either. They have they have a grill, but it's that style of grill. So let's go back to the video here. Okay, he has a hybrid. He has hybrid Tacticus with an Infiltrator comms piece on it. So actually, this is not even a true Infiltrator. This is this is completely new.
As I speak these words, our forces engage the remnants of Leviathan.
before it even fires. We'll see it firing more later. But do you notice anything weird about this image right here? Notice anything off? Anything bizarre? Is a big G talking is because his voice is deeper than I thought? Yeah, it's Gilliman talking. But do you see as big for a bolt gun? Yeah, you know why it's big? Because this is not just a bolt gun, or it's not an infiltrator bolt carbine, nor is it a bolt rifle. This is, follow me, an auto combi flamer. This is a flamer right here. You see that? Nozzle and nozzle. And you'll see in a second, this is the auto bolter top round bit on the auto bolt rifle. Also, that is straight up just a flamer. Let me see if I can grab it right before he shoots. Oh, actually, we can grab this right before he shoots too, actually. You see that? That's an auto bolt rifle top. Kind of like Devastator Squad situation with bolt gun and giant missile on top. I'm gonna get to that, actually. I think I know what they're setting up the squad to be. Actually, no, I'm wrong. Or at least on Phobos, anyway. On Phobos, I'm wrong. I had a theory, but actually this just broke it. This is yellow, not white. I'll get to that soon. But yeah, look, we got a Tacticus grill and infiltrator comms piece on a Phobos platform that has no antenna on the backpack. This is a completely new alignment of weaponry and armor pieces, which is fine because they said from the get-go Primaris armor is meant to be modular, which makes sense. That is straight up just a flamer. That's just a flamer. That is a Tacticus. I want to say this is one of the veterans. We'll get to the veterans thing, but this is straight up just a flamer, man. This is a I don't know why it has the round thing that looks against brass casings, but anyway, this is just straight up a flamer in a Tacticus's hands. It's not even a hand flamer. This is a full-size flamer.
Reclaiming lost worlds, atoning for...
This here, which by the way, you can see here the cross. This guy is a first company veteran sergeant, and he has a auto combi melta. Let me say that again. Mark 10 Tacticus auto combi melta on a sergeant.
Road chains. A crusade.
Oh, if the hand flamer would be that heavy? Yeah, no, it's just a flamer. Okay, that's valid. This guy here, this is a fire support. So we're looking at like Primaris Devastators, like you said. I didn't see this before. Probably a Lictor, yeah. I'm gonna write that down. I thought these would be like Stern Guard. Alright, so reading off some of my theories here. Tactica shown were first company veterans. I'm now seeing on a second go through, not all of them were. This guy isn't either. This is second company fire support right here. While the sergeant was first company veteran. So, Primaris Special plus combi weapon Devastators. That's what this looks like so far. Question mark. Right? Hate them. It's because of Lictor Devastation. A ball went to... yeah. Oh, yeah. The Lictors and Devastation ball. Yeah, no, Lictors are nuts. They're a bad time. I've gotten wrecked by some lictors across the years in tabletop too.
Taking the fight to the enemy.
Okay, so we have a... So we've got here... This is a white helmet. Plasma. This looks like a white shoulder. Yep, I can see the hole right there. Right there. This is a combi plas. Yep, we're looking at a bunch of dudes. This is not a sergeant. If I remember my Ultramarines colors correctly, it's just a veteran with a combi plas. Veteran intercessors. I think the veteran what they could do, what this could be is actually they're making the veteran intercessors an actually legitimate like unit to actually take, because instead of them just being intercessors that you can switch between melee and range and give the sergeant all kinds of different like weapons with extra attacks, which is kind of bad. Like you would just always take them as assault, and then they're just assault intercessors that don't have OBSEC. They're giving them like full Stern Guard treatment. That's what I'm seeing. These are veteran Stern Guard style intercessors for the veteran ones. The Devastator ones, yet to see. That one's kind of weird. And that was a whole bunch of bioplasma there, by the way, so that's kind of new. And then we're back to this Phobos guy with the auto combi flamer. Now I can see it like in full, you know, easy depiction here. Was that the sergeant shooting the Melta, I think? Yeah, sergeant's shooting a combi Melta before he gets nommed. I also wonder, feels like a kill team? It kind of does, because I was about to say, why is there like one Phobos amongst a bunch of normal dudes? These could be kill team rules, but that would be really disappointing to me, to be honest. Because this would fix the whole veteran intercessor thing. Because currently veterans for Primaris are pretty lame. Isn't the new box kill team? Well, there's supposed to be, like, the rumors were a really big Blood Angels versus, Tyranids box was going to be the big starter box, like the new Dark Imperium or Indomitus box was Blood Angels versus, Leviathan. Now, this is big, both literally and in meaning. This is a Redemptor Dreadnought with twin las cannon and missile pod. This is the classic Castiforum pattern box knot loadout for range combat. And this is a Redemptor with it. That's kind of a big deal. If we're being more specific on which chapter, I would like the Blood Angels to be Blood Scythe chapter. The Blood Scythes?
We routed the Tyranids.
I don't know the Blood Scythes.
We broke their high fleet. Soon.
Also big, in case anyone didn't notice this, it's not just an apothecary. Do you notice what's up with this apothecary here? Do you even know? Do you even understand how this is big on many levels? Yeah, chapter created during Dominus Crusade, I believe. Okay, alright, fair enough. That's be why I'm not... Tech Marine Apothecary? No, it's just an apothecary. It's just an apothecary. However, he's an apothecary, but what would this man's data sheet say? Can you tell? Oh man, this is an apothecary in Gravis plates. No, well, no, all Tech Marines have those arms to help them do this stuff in the light. This is Gravis, though. There's the Gravis hood and the Gravis plates here. This is apothecary in Gravis plate. We get a T5 apothecary with 3 wounds. Now sit that next to your Terminators. You know, yeah, I can pull up apothecary here. I just a couple months ago painted the Primaris apothecary. Yeah, here. Right, see, these are the so this is not on the arm, but these are, you know, as they normally are. And do we see the... No, I have to go to the command box, I think, to see the firstborn. Company command, I think. Oh yeah, the old company command one did not have the arms, but the Primaris did. Yeah, that's the old one. I have this box actually. But already apothecaries are good. Now give them T5 3 wounds and can take the Gravis specific stratagem to negate, was it damage 1 weapons? I think it's like less AP on damage 1 weapons. I think it's how that stratagem works. That's now on apothecary. That's actually can be pretty big, and who knows what weapons he even has. He might actually have like pretty good weapons.
Their foulness will be but a memory. That,
well, maybe not that guy specifically, but you know,
is what the preachers say.
Oh wait, no, we kind of see the weapon. Go back. That guy's a full-on rifle. That's new. They only ever had pistol weapons before. That's a rifle. Gravis Apothecary with auto bolt rifle. Let's go. Master crafted means you can make it master crafted. It's a Gravis. That could be the Hellstorm heavy bolt rifle for all we know. That could be Assault 4, String 5, no AP, 1 damage, master crafted to 2 damage. You got a legit character that can do damage while healing people. Like, that could be sweet. I wonder if I can get to stop right in that little bit of frame that we kind of see it. Hold on.
Just say.
Okay, actually, well, we got the apothecary sign on there. Is that actually just him two-handing his giant pistol? That is too small to be the heavy bolt rifle type, though. Definitely. Man, can't see much. Yeah, I think that's too big to be his pistol, though. I think that is definitely a rifle. Yeah. I would comment more on the Tyranids, but I don't know Tyranids well enough to be like, hey, that Tyranid's got some new thing. I don't know. This is a first company Dreadnought, though.
Relief.
I reached just the Tyranids out of hate, as you should, man. As you should.
Will not save us.
Wait, actually, hold on. I want to go back a quick second. The way this is modeled makes me think this might be a physical thing in the new Terminator box. Just looking at this, how this is designed is very in keeping with a lot of the model designs we see on Space Marine stuff. I don't think this, and it's kind of painted in that way too. Its paint scheme is very, like, this looks like it could have been a painted model. I don't think this is on accident. I think we'll have an actual teleporter Homer piece. As with the Tau. Yeah, Terminator, yeah, it's a Terminator teleporter beacon. But we didn't have a model for that, if memory serves. So I think we're gonna get them.
Relief will not save us.
Also, this infiltrator here just pulled out the dual knives, but we already determined that he's not an incursor. At least not based off his helmet.
Lies will not protect us.
We're seeing a bunch of Tacticus with combi weapons and special weapons again.
But it is our hope that will damn us.
And this is where it gets really cool. There's lore stuff involved with these. I'll get into in a minute.
The spies in the slums.
Yeah, no, we've had Terminator librarians for forever, actually. I own 2 different versions of it, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that's not new, actually. We won't be getting a new model, but yeah, I mean this is the classic one for the Blood Angel one specifically, but there are others. Well, Blood Angel specifically have they do have a librarian dreadnought, but librarian. Yeah, here's another one. Or what? That's Tigerius actually. Oh yeah, he's Primaris now. View all. So I have one of the limited edition ones, and I have a third-party version of it. But yeah, no, if you just look in your Space Marine Codex, there's Librarian and Terminator armor. It's always been a thing, really.
People sing of victory.
And there it goes.
Victory as the galaxy burns.
Wait a second. That was a heavy bolter. I didn't see that before. That is a Tacticus. Here we go. Now this is spicy. Not even seen this before. This is a veteran intercessor. This is Tacticus plate. White helmet. First company. With a scope on. Heavy bolter. Excuse me? The Psychotyranids? No, I mean, it might be a new version of them. Again, I don't know them well enough to know off of sites if that's like a new version of them, but there's 2 current versions. I could see them making a third alpha version. Let's what are they called? Tyranid man, I don't remember what they're called. If I see him, I'll know him. These goes Neurothropes and Zoanthropes, which actually the thing they should not look like either of these. So I want to say these are the minor ones, these are the major ones. Yeah, I think those are a new big Psyker Tyranid threat. Yeah, that's fun. As if Tyranids aren't usually very good at psychic stuff already. Yay. But also, veteran intercessor with heavy bolter. This is new.
As the galaxy burns. Victory.
Oh yeah, looking at that real quick, like that's...
Victory as the galaxy burns.
That's way bigger than anything we got now. That's like character level, like chonky.
Victory.
This looks like a Terminator captain, or maybe just a sergeant. Sergeants usually have swords. Yeah, it just might be the sergeant.
As the Imperium rots around us. Victory as you.
Is there anything specific about this we can pull? I do notice this guy has like a tabard thing going on. That looks like a Gravis style shoulder plate, but normal legs. That is a... Actually, that looks... I mean, that could be a heavy bolt pistol, but that could also just... Oh, you know what? Oh, this is, duh. This is just a blade guard vet. This is a blade guard vet that you can't see. Like, he lost his shield and his sword, I guess. This is just a blade guard vet, sorry. That's just a blade guard vet. That's a blade guard veteran sergeant, and he lost his melee weapons. Who would want swords when you can have a Thunderhammer or a Maul? Faster. Swords are faster than both of those and easier to control, which means you have better defensive options. Like, here's the thing with Terminators, right? Their biggest weakness is speed. So if they can, if you're the one guy that has like a good melee weapon that's not like a power fist, you'd probably want your weapon to be faster. Well, yes, but big hammer. Yeah, well, yes, but like Space Marines and power armor that are good at close quarters combat can take down Terminators because they can outmaneuver them. It's that much of a difference. So much so that the World Eaters before the Heresy, it was so consistent that that even averagely good melee fighters, because the World Eaters are so good at melee combat, could outfight any of their Terminators because they were just faster. Can't you get both fist and sword? Do we have a power flail? No, we don't have a... Well, Death Guard do, but that's a little different. Flails are also bad weapons. Can't you get both fist and sword? I don't know, Gravis guy you can, because Boltstorm Gauntlet is a power fist. On a... No, the standard Terminator Sergeant is Stormbolter and Power Sword. That's a standard loadout. I don't even know if he has options, to be honest, for the normal squad. Pardon me. Okay. So, went over the Lion, went over those. What else we got? That Space Hulk Kills Team stuff. I don't really follow a lot of those to begin with, so I couldn't really comment on any of those. I don't play Kill Team, to be totally honest. Okay, we've got this. I've not gone over this here. We've seen a hero return from the pages of history, a whole army of celestial lizards, then a peek at the humans in the mortal realms, but today's biggest news to rival a whole new edition of Warhammer 40k. Yes, a totally new addition to the world's biggest tabletop war game is here. That means amazing new models, amazing new rules, big changes to the Galaxy of the 41st Millennium, as a cinematic trailer we just went over. The lore. Were you foolish enough to believe the High Fleet Leviathan had been beaten for good at Ball? Well, I kind of thought maybe, but, you know, that was just the Vanguard. Of course it was. They even said in the book it looked like the entire tendril, but of course they were mistaken, because we need to up the stakes. But anyway, now the rest have arrived, and they've evolved. Really? The Tyranids evolved? That's crazy, man. The Imperium, reeling from multiple existential conflicts on too many fronts, as usual, is exposed and its main forces are on the wrong side of the galaxy. Leviathan, previously thought humbled, is only getting started. The largest hive fleet in history has emerged, swarming across the galactic west, laying waste to hundreds of worlds, unable to muster meaningful defense in the face of this living apocalypse. Alright, I don't think I've... Okay, we've not seen this. Okay, alright. Time to dissect some minis. Maybe, if they show any new stuff, because we need to milk Hive Fleet Leviathan dry, yeah. What about Hive Fleet Moloch? Can we get some Moloch in here? Or some, Gorgon? You know? There are other Hive Fleets, to be clear. Alright, so this guy was revealed a little while ago. Heavy Intercessor, Desolator, we don't care. Brutalis Dreadnought, probably pretty decent.
Warhammer 40,000 is the...
They keep automatically putting on the captions.
The world's most popular tabletop
Isn't all the Tyranid tendrils in Vayne Galaxy just a single tendril of the entire Hive Fleet, like Hive Fleet Behemoth? Oh wait, never mind. Okay.
miniatures game.
You're almost there.
Players command
Geese.
armies of genetically enhanced super soldiers, brutal monsters, powerful aliens, and destructive war machines to play out spectacular battles in the 41st millennium.
Our
Yes.
mantra with this new edition has been streamlining.
We've been listening to the community, and that's a large part of why we've decided to focus the game as much as possible.
How can we keep the tactical depth and richness that players love, but examine every rule in the game? Does this need to be here, or is there another way that we can achieve the same result?
To secure victory, you must understand your...
Gonna be honest, this has me concerned. While there's a certain level of there's no way to balance a game after a certain level of complexity, I like the fact that Warhammer is complicated. I know that might be a hot take, but I like that it's complicated, and here's why. Complicated game means that it rewards people that do their homework, that use their head, you know? Like, there's only so much your int stat, if you will, is going to come into play in, say, a first-person shooter where the primary goal of the game is to just pop the other guy in the head, right? Twitch shooter doesn't take that much brains. This is a strategy game. I want a million different ways everything can interact with stuff, so that me knowing all those ways they can interact with stuff is what wins me the game. Yeah, it's nice, but it's hard to get into. But we got into it. I feel like that's something of a... what's the term? It's not really a point, because if it was so hard to get into, would we be into it? If it was too hard to get into, how are we in it? We're here. We're doing this. If anything, keep it complicated so that it is hard to get into, so only the people that really care about it actually get into it. The real fans are the only fans there. You make it too easy, you're gonna get average Joes. Does that sound like gatekeeping? I mean, kinda, yeah, but guess what? There is some level of necessity for gatekeeping against people that don't care about as much, type of deal, you know? Like, this is a game that right from the get-go, like, when you break it down, lives and dies by its narrative and lore. That's why we're still here. Honestly, it's why I don't play any other tabletop games. Like, I don't consider D&D a tabletop game. I don't play any other games. And I've said that the only other game that could possibly pull me off is if they made a Warhammer style scale, like 32 odd millimeter ish, full combined warfare Halo game, which they could. I've talked about it a bunch of times. I've gone over like all the different units and factions and sub-factions and all this stuff. You can make an amazing Halo miniature game. That's it. And why? Because 40K's universe has me stuck. So if you start getting too many people involved that end up on a creative end through overtime, and they're not hardcore fans because they didn't have to pay the price of admission of going through all this nonsense, then it's going to disrupt the game later down the road. You're barely in it. I mean, it's not one of my main careers. I'm pretty deep into it. And, you know, like, it's... Yeah. Anyway, that's my take on this. Price of admission is the models. No, because, like, I actually, ironically, for most of the time I've been in Warhammer, has been when I've made the least amount of money as an adult. Weirdly enough. That actually is even more a fallacy, that the price of admission is the models. Anyone can make money, right? Anyone can make money to buy a $60 box of minis, right? It's the same amount as a video game. And you actually get way more value out of that box of minis than you do a video game, like your average $60 game right now, right? Because you get, you get the camp, usually it's like, you get your first player experience or single player experience, I mean, and then you get some multiplayer. And that's like a lot of games. And the multiplayer lasts you a few weeks, few months, at most for the average game. Average game. I'm not talking about the super amazing games, or the average game. That's $60. $60 those models, you can be playing with those models in 10 years. Price is very high. It's not that high when you really break it down over time. Because here's the thing. How long is it going to take you to build and paint those models? I've got models that I've owned for 5.5 years, and they're still not painted. Like, it's high if you allow yourself to buy a lot in a short amount of time. If you stretch it out, it's not that expensive. Like, seriously, my income has been very low for most of the time that I've played the game, and I have over 200 models. Probably should check that. Check what? What am I checking? The pile of shame? I know I can show you my pile of shame. Hold on. I have a Google Doc that tracks it. Do. And then over here. Okay. 205 miles. 67 of them are fully painted. 172 of them are fieldable. These numbers somehow never actually properly line up, but I don't know how. I've gone through and recounted this so many times, but I have every single model in my collection tracked and assigned to companies with Canon weapons on them. Some of them have names because they were in Crusade. I know exactly what my pile of shame is. And this has been collected over like 5.5, nearly 6 years. Yeah, we're coming up on 6 years this summer. And that was during the time that I made the least amount of money as an adult. Because that entire time I was not employed. I was fully self-employed and going up and down and not actually going well. I can't because I have none. You have to name you. You don't have to, but it's really nice if you do. Like I've got third company is the majority of my collection. Shadow Captain Vorden Crane, Shade Lieutenant Crafen Trazer, Shade Lieutenant Estavo Saramenko, Company Ancient Frin Clivorn, Apothecary Kylo, Company Vets under Red Raven Kjorn, Company Champion Corafe Ordus, Tactical Squad Shavak. I am making that Infiltrator Squad right now, actually. Infiltrator Squad Vorus, Intercessor Squad Sharetech. Right, like. Anyway, it adds to the narrative. Anyway, so yeah, there's some bloat right now that needs to be pulled back, but I don't know if they want to go too far with this. So this has me a little bit concerned.
Strengths and the strengths of your enemy.
We fundamentally changed the datasheets from the ground up,
making them much.
Do you take the random name generator for a few of those names? Some of them out of the Raven Guard supplement, because if you go to the very back of, I think it's all the Space Marine supplements, there's a page with a name generator. Yeah. A few of them I made. The captain is the official captain of the third company. And some of the others I used random name generators, or used the random name generator and then modified it to something that sounded better to me.
Much more accessible, and really focusing the rules onto the datasheet themselves. What the team's been able to do with this is really look at every unit in the game, make sure it has a really clear battlefield role and a thing for it to do, and then write the.
That's great, actually. Let's go back and re-listen to that bit right there. That was important.
Themselves. What the team's been able to do with this is really look at every unit in the game, make sure it has a really clear battlefield role and a thing for it to do.
Very clear battlefield role. Let's go, because there are a ton of units out there that I'm like, what is the point of this unit? right? Like, what does this actually do on the battlefield? Because then you have this unit, especially in Space Marines. Because then you got this unit and this unit that both do both other things, like one of the two things that this first unit better, right? So it's like, why do these exist? Reddit was right.
And then write the right
I
rules
have
for it.
I've not read anything on this whole thing yet. We're gonna do some of the unofficial stuff after this, I think.
Your datasheet rules.
Oh, here we go. Okay, all right. We got a dash sheet. Let's go. All right, Termagants. Whoa, what is this? Movement 6 inches. Toughness. Are these kill team? Is this a kill team dash sheet? I feel like this is a kill team thing. Wound 1 for OC? Okay. No, these kind of look like... No, toughness 3. Toughness 2. No, this is a 40k dash sheet. Gets you an apple and... Right, okay. 6 inches. Toughness 3. 5 up save. 1 wound. 9 up leadership. I don't know what OC is. 2. Oh, we have the attacks and ballistic skills on the weapons. Nice. Okay. Okay, you know what? I can get behind this. I can get behind this. Okay. That allows you to not have all these -1 to hit because of bulky, or you can now play around with more nuanced, like, this is a sniper rifle. This is super accurate. So you're a ballistic skill 2 up, This was OC. Yeah, that's a solid question. What is that? We got flesh borer assault. That's interesting. We have a melee weapon. Oh, no, there's ranged weapon. Oh, sorry. No, flesh borer assault. Yeah, okay. So assault, 18-inch range, 1 attack, so it gets 1 shot. So it's not assault 1 anymore. It's just everything has attacks based on the weapon. Okay, but here's my question now. Now you need a melee weapon on every single dude, because that was the thing before. If you did not have a melee weapon, then it was just their attacks profile, their strength profile, and 0 AP. So this, basically. So Termagant claws and teeth. So is it going to say, like, Space Marine fist or combat knife on, like, every single Space Marine profile? Lasgun melee profile for all your guardsmen. OC is objective control values. So how many miles you need to control objective with the squad, I believe. How many miles you need? Oh, it's no. It's how many models those models count for. Ripper swarms has 1. Termagants are troops, so they have objective secured. They get 2. This is actually good. This is good. You know why? Because then you now have this as a scale. This is a scale now. So now you can have things that have, like, super objective secured, like a custodian. One custodian it would make sense that they could hold an objective against, like, 10 Termagants or 5 Termagants. So them having, like, a single custodian, I don't remember any of their names, but, like, just the sword and shield guy has a oh, nice, has, like, an OC of 5, right? That would make sense. Instead of it being just doubled, you can now have a scale on it. Okay, all right. If that's how that works, I can get behind that. That's reasonable. I like how the leadership is also now just the die you have to hit. I think 9+. Okay, they're changing morale. I think that's a change in morale, actually, and I think that's actually better. So now actually remember how to do it. You just have to roll a die with some modifiers and beat or not beat that number or something like that, I think. Then you have your abilities, faction synapse, lurking behavior when its units within range objective marker. Models usually have the benefit of cover. Ooh. Lesser organisms. Each time a unit is targeted by an attack, if it contains a Ripper Swarm model, that attack must be allocated to that model. Okay. And then it's keywords. Only 3 keywords. Infantry, Great Devourer, and Termagants. Faction keywords. Tyranids. Okay. So that's a greatly reduced set of keywords. Okay. Yeah, morale is now part of command phase, I believe. Okay. And second phase is part of shooting phase of the unit instead of having a whole phase for it. I can see that because really, like, it being a whole phase when it's usually like 1 or 2 units, unless you're playing the 2 psychic factions, I think that makes sense.
All
I think
fit
that's
on a
fine.
single card, and your army rules will fit on a single page.
One of the things we
I want to see a Space Marine dash sheet pop up, like, really bad.
wanted to ensure was that everyone got to play 40k as soon as possible after the edition was launched. So to make that happen, all of the rules for everyone's armies via the datasheets and their army rules will be available for free. From the army rules via the
let's go back.
Things we wanted to ensure was that everyone got to play 40k as soon as possible after the edition was launched. So to make that happen, all of the rules for everyone's armies via the datasheets and their army rules will be available for free.
From
Yo! Free rules, let's go! Like you said.
the stars, a twisted mockery of evolution spawns fresh horrors.
It's a galaxy at war. This is the onset of what the Imperium will regard.
Yeah, right? Like, seriously, I got a stack of these giant books behind me, and like right, like, I'm still probably gonna get the Space Marine Codex because, I mean, I'm a lore junkie, first and foremost, but come on. Free rules? Let's go.
As the fourth Tyrannic War. This is the largest Tyranid swarm ever recognized in the galaxy, emerging when no one's expected it. The Segmentum Pacificus.
To be a warrior of the Emperor in such times is to face an array of nightmares.
What we've managed to achieve with this edition is a game that players of Warhammer 40,000 will love for its tactical depth and choices, but is streamlined and plays much quicker.
The end result is faster, while still keeping all the flavour that you've come to love in Warhammer 40,000.
For players who've been with Warhammer 40,000 for the last 35 years, they've never seen anything like this before. We've never shown conflict at this scale.
Immersive and
At this scale, I kind of hope that means you can shove way more units into an army. I hope that's kind of what they mean. Because I noticed that with the Arcs of Omen, where they dropped all the Space Marine points a bunch, and I could bring so many more, like, Space Marines, I was like, this is awesome. I actually, I feel like I'm bringing, like, an army now. Like, a Space Marine army, you know? Wait, no, that's bad. Poor guard players. Guards just get way more stuff. Like, well, what I mean is, like, across the board. Across the board, everyone gets more stuff. Like, points cost just decrease, because if the rules are indeed faster, that means you could bring more stuff. You know, and you're not... Yeah.
thrilling new gameplay. Discover a major new narrative in the Fourth Tyrannic War. The new edition of Warhammer 40,000 deploys this summer.
Okay. Imagine little Timmy trying to get into 4K want to play card. Well, that's already kind of a thing. But that's where I keep coming back to look at the game as a long-term hobby. Like, it took me nearly 6 months before I had a full 2,000 point army when I first got into it, because it was right after I had gone fully self-employed for the first time. It was just over 1 year after I had become fully self-employed for the first time. So I had very little money. I still don't have a lot of money. I never had a lot of money except while we were getting the stimulus checks, basically, during the pandemic. That was the only time I actually had, like, a decent amount of extra spending cash. And part of it's because I didn't have to work, so I wasn't spending stuff on work or whatever, and the pay was actually more than I was making before that. But, you know, I just took my time with it. You get, you know, it makes you think about what units you're going to get, and you get them over a period of time. A unit here, a unit there. I painted for some of my units. A lot of my vehicles, actually, I got by painting for other people. Without the full weight of the war machine to call upon, Imperial commanders dispatch elite strike teams in a desperate bid to stem the endless tide of Tyranids, taking out the synapse leaders that will buy precious time for the lumbering might of mankind's war machine to mobilize. And Elite First Speedman chapter means First Company Terminators are back. Yes. So yeah, the Terminators. I look at these before the dropout. These look amazing. Also, they confirmed, by the way, this is big. Just took me here to get 500-point army. Yeah. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing necessarily. But also they confirmed that both Firstborn and Primaris use Terminator suits. So this explains what First Company for Primaris chapters look like. They look like normal ones. You have like the veteran intercessors or veteran whatever they are now. And then you have Terminators in the First Company. These juggernauts of death have been rescaled and sculpted to look as imposing as the Lord demands. If the Tyranids could feel fear, they would fear these guys. And then the new Termagant, which also looks amazing. It's such a big jump. The game. Alright, let's go. Let me get rid of these. This Discord notification is bugging me out. Gather. Okay. There's some big changes to gameplay, which has completely overhauled this edition. We started with what the fans were telling us about the game you play. You told us that while 40k is a fun game, there are parts that are overcomplicated and that the learning curve for new players is pretty steep. In particular, many felt there were too many stratagems and too much complexity in army selection. We've listened and new edition has been simplified, but it's not simple. Okay. It's still the rich, deep war game that you know and love. We've just doubled down on the best bits. So instead of a huge raft of faction stratagems, you have access to a handful of the best ones. There are also a few new universal stratagems which anyone can use, which will allow you to be reactive in your opponent's turn. There are improvements like this everywhere in turn structure, army selection, morale, terrain, missions, the ways in which characters interact with units, and more. The list goes on, and we'll explain more about these each changes in the coming weeks. Okay, that's nice. I can finally get my family into 40k, maybe. What does this mean for my army and my codex? Maybe the biggest change in the new dashing is the data sheets. The way core information on dash sheets presented has changed, and with it, we took the opportunity to restat every unit in 40k. Every unit has new and reevaluated rules, so every army will feel new from day one of the new edition. This is actually great. No more waiting for your codex while you're using an old edition's codex to actually play. And this is the same dash sheet. Actually, slightly different. This is without Ripper Swarms. It's slightly different. And we'll get to that in a second. This huge update has also given us the opportunity to look at lethality and durability across the entire game. It's so killy, man. It's so killy. Everything's so lethal, and nothing can stand up for more than 10 seconds. So everything can come out at the same time. That's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like every single unit in 40k will get their brand new dash sheets in line with the new rules, reassessed from day one. So day one, you can play your entire army for free, whatever you have right now, immediately, which is amazing. Yeah, that is very nice. That has me quite excited for the summer. It's also going to be cool because we're all going to go in and have no idea what everyone else can do unless we're all like actually reading like every other faction at the same time. How do you find games at 40k, if I may ask? So I have in person, I have like 3 sources of games. When I have the time and usually when I have a car or someone that can give me a ride. I have 2 somewhat nearby local game stores, and I have a friend that will occasionally pick me up, and I'll face this Space Wolves. I am, however, in New England, so it is fairly population dense here. However, with the stream, I've started doing games with viewers. If you notice, there's now a button. If you have 40k points, you can buy a game, effectively. Buy a TTS game with me for a digital version, which is, it's clunky and it doesn't feel as good as actually rolling the dice or using your actually painted models, but it does allow you to play the game and even try some stupid stuff if, you wouldn't normally probably have because of not, say, owning the models, because it's just finding someone that's already modeled like those stuff. Like, for example, like all of Horus Heresy, for example, has been entirely made for like with skins in a few different variants for like every faction there. So you can try stupid armies at a drop of a hat. Like, let me just bring 2 Mastodons and like a bunch of Terminators or something stupid like that. You can do it in like, a half hour. It's very hard to place models from time to time. Yeah, and TTS, yeah. Siege updates also give us the opportunity to lethality and durability and rebalance it at a stroke, something we could never do outside the launch of a new edition. This game will show you what we mean. Okay, so they're going to break this down. This is slightly more filled out and slightly different than the one we saw before. So it's only Termagants, 6-inch movement, toughness 3, 5 up save, 1 wound, leadership 8+ now. Looks like they have standard OPSEC, so 2 each of their models counts as 2. If this is how this works. Fleshbore, assault 18 inches, 1 attack, 4 up ballistic skill, 5 strength 5, AP 0, 1 damage. I don't know if it was 5 before, but it is only 1 shot. So Termagant Spine Fists, assault pistol twin linked. 12-inch range. Twin linked is now a thing. Pistol and assault at the same time, also a thing. Interesting. They are merging the weapon types a little bit and adding some new ones. 12-inch range, 2 attacks, strength 4, or ballistic skill 4, strength 3, AP 0, 1 damage. Termagant Devourer. This one does not have a profile. Fascinating. Range 18. This is what I was saying to Mike the Potato when he was asking me about teaching him 9th edition. I was like, I don't know what they're going to change, man. And I believe it was Former had suggested maybe learning about the weapon types. And I'm like, well, it probably won't affect that too much. Nope, they did. Weapon types are different now. Weapons are all different. We can assume pistol means they can still shoot in melee, but I mean, assault, who knows? Would be a good idea to post my address for people to come over. Would it be a good idea to post my address for people to come over 40K games? I would say find a local 40K Facebook group and give your general location. Be like, would anyone be willing to come to this place, like in this area? And then get them into a private chat and then give them your address that way. I would not post your address just randomly on the internet. You have no idea who might be seeing that. You know what I mean? So it's just no profile. It's just 18 inches, 2 attacks, 4 ballistic skill, 4 strength, 0 AP, 1 damage. No armor penetration anywhere in the Termagants. That's kind of nice. Xenos claws and teeth. Okay, so this is probably going to deal with just baseline weapons in the future. 1 attack, 4 up, weapon skill, 3 strength, 0 AP, 1 damage. Infantry, Great Devourer, Endless Multitude, Termagants. Faction keyword Tyranids. Faction Synapse. Skulking Horrors. Once per turn, when an enemy unit ends a normal advance or fallback move within 9 inches of the unit, if this unit is not within engagement range of one or more enemy units, it can make a normal move of up to d6 inches. When an enemy unit ends some kind of movement within 9 inches unit, if this unit is not within engagement range, if it's not in melee, it can make a normal move. Oh, that's a thing. You also told us you didn't want to carry as many books with you to the games. Yeah. I was hoping to get free candy in the 40K. Well, I still need terrain parts to start hosting for games because I know this is not Wargame Club near me, so I want to start one. Okay, yeah. Right, yeah, I mean, good way of starting that, like, starting momentum on that is just, like, clear out your basement, get a full-size table in there, start either printing or buying terrain, and, setting up a place where people can play, and then find other people in your area. And when it gets to the point where it's like, okay, maybe I should start making this into an actual thing, you branch out into making a store. You know, get your 40K seller's license or whatever from Games Workshop. Buy some boxes and start selling stuff and have that cover things, you know? You also have to start, like, the actual business side, which is a whole thing, but yeah, anyway. On the first day of the new edition, the rules for every dash sheet in 4K will be free to download or available to buy as convenient portable card decks. Okay, nice. So you can keep doing the cards, which I like the cards, honestly, in person. I do enjoy using cards. Even your faction army rules now just takes up a couple of pages. The whole experience is more convenient, compact, and efficient than ever before and delivers amazing games with less desperate leafing between pages looking for that one special rule. So, okay, question. I have a question. They say every datasheet in 40K. Does that include your faction rules? And what about the main game rules? Are those also free? Or do we still have to buy a BRB, a big rule book? Because there was one near me, but the club shut down. I think it's one a bus from here, but not sure about the address stuff to contact them. So you can buy the cards or get the codex online. Yeah. Main game rules were always free, right? No. They were never free. This is the 9th edition big rulebook that you get with Indomitus. And to my knowledge, you still have to get this through some kind of box set. Now, of course, you can find the rules elsewhere through other means, you know, like Wahapedia, for example. I'm going to pop this up here, actually, instead of being on my lap. Oh, I found PDF online, so I thought it was free. Oh, no. Yeah. I think online you could get, like, the main rules of, like, the 5 or 6 phases or whatever. But, like, all of the little bits of, like, here's how to construct your army, and here are the terrain rules, and here's, how Battleforged works, and here's all the special rule interaction stuff, and here are the missions, and here's Crusade mode, and here's Open War, and, like, all of that stuff, like, that's all in the big game. This is why my store doesn't like me. There was all of it, including lore. There was all of that. Well, I mean, what did I just do with it? Oh, here it is. So, like, in the BRB, in this BRB anyway. So what you would normally, I've seen these little pamphlet things, and you would get, it was like a 6-page little pamphlet, right? And it would have, where are they? Okay, so here's the start of the rules. And it would give you something akin, it was like a stripped down version of, not even all these pages. It's like a really stripped down version of, where's the last page of the basic gameplay? Okay, it'd be a super stripped down version of this much content in like 6 pages in this little pamphlet. And that's your super basic version of how to play the game. In reality, however, this entire depth of the book is all rules and a couple army pictures, but you get the idea. Like, these are the rules of 9th edition when it first came out for basic gameplay, for all the standard gameplay, not basic gameplay, but all standard gameplay, with your missions, your crusade rules, your full explanation, and a lot of the special interactions of all of the basic stuff, Battleforged, army construction, all that stuff. How many pages of rules? And this is a full-size, like, hardcover book. You're talking... Okay, so here's rules. Starts at page 194, how to play Warhammer 40K. And before it's the last few bits of art, the end of the special, or the rules index at the end of the book. 367. So 367 minus 194. So let me pull up the old calculator. 367, right? Yeah. Minus 194. And you can figure you could probably drop maybe 30 pages of just art or you know, like extra stuff. So we're still talking 143 You know, based off that estimate, 143 pages of rules, gameplay. I did finish my base code. Cost me 3 days. Some very frustrating paint mixing. Oh no, the rulebook I found a bit more pages than that. Oh really? Wow. Okay, and yeah, I guess whatever you found, maybe it was the whole thing. But I mean, I just know I've seen like the little like pamphlet handout thing that they have in some stuff to give you, you know, the super basic rundown. And it's like that's not the as enough to play like your first intro game. It's not enough to play the game. Like 200-ish pages. Okay, fair enough. Okay, army selection is equally straightforward. Pick a faction, a warlord, and units you like. Just no more than 3 of any one type, asterisks. And stay within your points limit. That's it. What? So, Arcs of Omen is the new norm? Not even just Arcs of Omen. I like the restrictions, though. But, I don't know, we'll see how it goes. You no longer have to fit your army into a force organization chart or compromise on the army you really want. It's a simple and liberating system and opens the door for all kinds of fun, thematic, or unusual armies. Yeah, but I want to see the asterisk down here. Units with the battle line keyword can be taken up to 6 times, so your dream of full Space Marine battle company army can still be fulfilled. Okay, fair enough. However, man, competitive 40k is gonna be weird. Because, like, one of the things that kind of kept things in check were the army building restrictions. Okay, so I was here. Yeah, I hit the jackpot. Some mad lad just scanned every page of a rulebook out of spite. That might have been the main rulebook. I'm proud of the Dreadnought, but I still have to detail. Oh, do we have pictures? I see a pets post. That's Shiny Mew. Okay, no pictures yet. Okay. Proud of Dreadnought, but I still have to do details, highlights, Wallace's worst of all decals. I have the Arcs of Own book, right? Basically reboot. You don't need the Arcs of Own book. Wahapedia has the whole thing, rules-wise. We've been using it for the TTS games. That you can just get all that. No, I don't. I turn as a. Yeah, no. When new edition, it's a whole new thing. It's a whole new. It's a different game. Very boxing, huge pat by the pat for sure. These big changes to rules in armies mean that the current range of codexes are being retired. The rules in them don't work with a new edition, but remember that the rules for all your units will be available free online at launch. Don't go throwing your codex in the recycling just yet. As well as months of gaming left with the current edition, your codex remain a rich repository of lore and inspiration on your army, and one that won't be immediately replaced. This I agree with. I actually have kept all of my Warhammer books over the years. I have every single one. I've been playing since the 8th edition started, and I have every single book I bought. I never got rid of a single book. Codexes will return in time to replace the free rules, but when they do, the complexity of the game won't increase, thanks to a one in, one out ethos for army and sub-faction rules. Really? So you still will... So you'll get a rule update, but they now have a policy that every rule that they want to put in has to get rid of an old rule, which means that they will have to really think about what rules they want to put in. Okay, alright, I kind of like this. New rules for full 3 years. Yeah, it's cool to have. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I actually like the 8th edition Space Marine Codex the most. For lore stuff, I reference it a lot. Constantly changing. No, it's not constantly changing. No. It's the standard thing of everyone gets a codex in an edition, but an edition lasts 3 to 5 years. You'll have your new rules, and then probably the ones. Actually, we have no idea who. I mean, I'd imagine probably the Tyranids and maybe the Blood Angels would get their rules like the earliest. I don't know. I don't know how they're doing this. Okay. One in, one out ethos for army and subfaction rules. Effectively, you will only ever need your unit dash sheets and 2 pages of rule that govern your chosen army, available in your codex on cards or digitally, plus the core rules and whatever mission you're playing. Okay. Two pages of rules that govern your chosen army. Okay, so that sounds to me stuff like litanies and psychic disciplines and stuff are getting vastly streamlined, and I just hope that they don't do that at a sacrifice of content. But it doesn't get rid of Savage Echoes, that's fine. Wait, so the whole faction's gonna be 2 pages? Yeah, that's what it looks like. So you'll have your data sheets, 2 pages of rules for your army. Now, okay, to be fair, they could mean that the grand scale of what you're using for your army, after you've selected everything, will be under 2 pages, 2 pages or less. I keep thinking of a ship called the Litany of Litanies. Jeez. Wow. They could mean that the grand total of the armies you're using, or the grand total rules they're using after you've selected all your rules for your army, are 2 pages or less, and that's thus all you have to bring. Or they could mean they've streamlined this so hardcore that all of the rules for your army, which I actually would not like. I like how I have to choose from like 18 pages of rules for my Space Marine army. I like how surprisingly calm for an Angry Marine ship. Oh jeez. I like how I have the options of Space Marine Command, the litanies, the psychic disciplines, warlord traits. There are different psychic disciplines for different armor, the like normal librarian and the Phobos librarian, as well as the warlord traits for normal and Phobos warlord, as
It
well
was the
as
Nazis,
the
wasn't it?
No.
subfactions.
Bet you you're wrong.
Bet you you're a skank.
Bet you you're an asshole.
Bitch, I eat people.
Subs, Ophiana. We are talking 10th edition. I like how there's that much stuff to choose from, and the chapter supplements as well. So there's another list of warlord traits and psychic disciplines and stratagems. I like how that. So I feel like I would rather it be we still have like all that stuff to choose from, but when you're done choosing your stuff, the stuff will be 2 pages or less. But it could mean it's just 2 pages of stuff. Unless they. No, I don't know. I guess we'll see. It feels like it when they say it like that, it does feel like it's too little stuff. Too little stuff. Just one exception though, the Arcs of Omen books and boarding patrols will persist. You can still keep purchasing the Space Hulks into the new edition and beyond. Likewise, for those Eternal Crusaders out there, build up a mighty host through their narrative games and want to bring their Crusade army with them in new edition, there are rules to let you do this too. Okay, that's cool. I thought when I played Crusade, this is the best 40k ever gets. This is my favorite way of playing 40k, was the Crusade game mode. And I did hear that they are bringing new Crusade stuff, so we'll see how that goes. Combat Patrol, a brand new way to play. We have pictures of all the Combat Patrols here, which a lot of them are bad, by the way. But anyway. As well as continuing support for Crusade and match play. Yes, continuing support for Crusade. I want to do more Crusade. I want to do so much Crusade. New edition will introduce a brand new way to play the game, Combat Patrol. This version is designed to be easy to collect and easy to play. Combat Patrol pitches small preset and balanced forces against each other with the armies made of the Combat Patrol boxes. God, that could be so terrible. Just throwing it out right now. If they have not balanced this stuff properly, some of these are really freaking bad armies. Like this Phobos army. This our Phobos army, it bad. At least currently. This Dark Angels army, it real good. It real good. Like, what? The Space Wolves one. It ain't great. It's not too great. The Death Watch thing I think is pretty bad too. I think. Um, a simplified version of 40K that's perfect for beginners, but also meant that anyone starting a new force has a game that they can begin to play very quickly without having to build and paying 2,000 points of troops before a die is even rolled, or before dice are even rolled. I'll just correct their grammar for them. It's also great for hobby butterflies who hop from one project to the next and prefer to sample a little of each army's nectar. This summer will be extremely exciting time to be a Warhammer 40K fan. There's so much to say. From tomorrow, we'll be taking an in-depth look at all the major changes in faction rules exclusive here on Worm Community. That might be right now. That article might be available. As well as investigating units in the absolutely stacked launch box. Oh, that could very well already be a thing. Well, let's go work on. What's wrong with Combat Patrol? Is Combat Patrol 500 points only? Imagine they put the line side of Combat Patrol army without changing anything. Yeah, that'd be insane. The Knight of Nihilus. That's a pretty cool title. Okay, here's why Combat Patrol could be bad unless they balance things very particularly. A lot of Combat Patrol boxes, at least in the current, any of the last like 4 metas, were terrible to play by themselves. Like, you had armies that had like, okay, like those two, like the Phobos box and the Dark Angels box, for example, right? You put those two against each other, a massacre for the Dark Angels, killing the Phobos, because the Phobos had like no anti-armor at all. But then the Dark Angels don't just have plasma inceptors, which are already good, then Dark Angel good, but they have a Redemptor Dreadnought, one of the best pieces of armor in the game, with a plasma cannon. That's again better still because Dark Angels. What? It's a recipe for disaster. Whoever put together a lot of those combat patrols did a terrible job as far as I'm concerned. Alright, let's go to articles and see what the absolutely newest articles are and see if we can get... Okay, so they have not uploaded anything new as of yet. So we don't have the one on the units yet. However, it is time for me to go have dinner. So I'm gonna go on break, and when I get back, in like, 20-ish minutes, we'll start looking at some unofficial stuff, and we'll just look back at this every now and again and see what's up. Hey, we don't call it that. We call it a transport. Technically, we don't call it that. We call it transport technically, so it's fair and balanced. Call what? The Redemptor? Oh yeah, the Redemptor's transporting something. Yeah, definitely. What's it called? The Impulsor? Yeah, that's sure, whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna go by then. See you soon. All right, have a good one, man. I might be streaming tomorrow. I don't know what. I might try some gaming. I might try some gaming at the end of this. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It just I'm gonna be paying a new commission next week, so I don't feel like starting a new project. So yeah. All right. Have a good one, Geese. For everyone else, I'll be back in like 20 minutes. See ya. Alright, I am back. I have a Titan. Who's still here? Who we got? So, I've got some ideas, some thoughts, and then we're going to go on to look at some of the unofficial stuff that kind of came out of this that I've been linked to. So, my first thought, at the reveal that there will no longer be army construction limitations, has me concerned, which they could have fixed this, but has me concerned about certain armies that have a bunch of variants on specific units that if that unit archetype is good, those armies are going to crush. Because they've now been given the go-ahead to just spam up to 3 units of that type as many times as they have points for. And the example that really came to mind, and they just got a big buff, Dark Angels. Dark Angels just got the Lion. Then you add on how many different variations of Terminators do they have? Like, you've got you got the standard Terminator. Actually, just look them up. So you've got like standard Terminators and assault Terminators, and you have like Deathwing, which I don't know exactly how those. Oh, actually, what am I doing here? Wahapedia. Let's go to the Dark Angels and find out how many Terminator units do they have access to, like the individual data sheets, if they have not addressed this. Dark Angels. I gotta wait for it to load. Okay, here we go. Units. So, they have Terminator Assault Squad, Terminator Squad, Deathwing Command Squad. Actually, I think all of these are in Terminator armor. I could be wrong, but I think they are. Terminator Apothecary, or Deathwing Apothecary, Deathwing Champion. Okay, those are characters. Deathwing Command Squad, Deathwing Knights, Deathwing Terminator Squad. Yeah, that brings us up to 5 Terminator squads. There's 15 squads of Terminators. They can make an entire. Yeah, these are Terminators. This can be up to 5. So it's 15 Terminator models right there. I know the 2 standard ones can go up to 10 each. So that brings us to 25. Deathwing Knights, up to 10. That now brings us to... oh, sorry. The other ones can go up to 10 each, so that's 30, 65. I mean, they can easily make, actually, just for these. I mean, actually, let me go back to Command Squad. There might be a special rule about them, like you can only take them so many times in an army. For detachment, includes a Deathwing Terminator Captain and 1 Deathwing Command Squad can be included in detachment without taking a battle. Okay. I don't see anything, at least on this sheet, that says that they cannot have multiple of these. That might be in their bigger rules. Oh, and Relic Terminator Squad. So actually, you can already take 90 Terminators without Deathwing. So Space Marines could be just all... we could run into just armies of all Terminators, if Terminators are good, because of that. Because actually, I just realized, yeah, every single Space Marine chapter, I think, has the standard ones. And then we have... yeah. So the game could end up being super spammy, is the point. Like, really, really spammy. Like, ridiculously spammy. And that's my concern on the change for army construction. Alright, well, let's see. I was given a couple links. That we'll take a look at for unofficial response. Oh, that's only like 9 seconds. Okay.
The battle is over. We have won.
Okay. Lionel returns last minute in front of Ashtor. Alright. That was a whole thing. Anyway. Although it is funny that he does, the new guy does look like that. Alright, so we have Kurioth here, and we also Auspex Tactics videos. Sure, let's give him a go. Why not?
It's the morning after the Adepticon.
So, for the YouTube cut, hi, I'm Table. Basically tabletop. I'm a commission painter, and I've been reacting all day to Adepticon reveals. Now we're going to look at Kurioth's replies to that, I suppose.
It's the morning after the Adepticon 2023 reveals from Games Workshop, and you know what? Overall, it was pretty bland, really. Not much going on. Not much to report. Not much to discuss. Maybe a couple of interesting things. Maybe one or two cool things to talk about. But apart from that, just not much going on, really.
Yeah, it's pretty whatever.
No, apart from.
Oh, yes, I finally here. Spent forever on those like only 4 errands except after my first. Dude, so much happened after your first message. My internet got cut out for over an hour. I was not even live. Came back, 40K, completely revolutionized. A couple things have occurred. Yeah. Oh, all right. Let's properly lead up to the joke here.
Cool things to talk about, but apart from that, just not much going on, really. You know, apart from.
Just a picture of the lion. Alright. So yeah, Si, we're doing a React content today. And maybe some gaming
that
later.
Wasn't true, I was just lying. There's actually quite a lot to talk about. There's a lot of really cool stuff to talk about, honestly. So let's take a look, shall we?
Actually, is a lot of
stuff.
stuff.
The tasty models. We need to have a little chat about the 10th edition of 40k, because that is one of the things that has been revealed, and they've done quite a lot, which makes me super happy. So big changes to gameplay, completely over.
We should do that Connect 4 game later then. Yeah, let's knock that out because I don't have a whole lot on the docket for today and tomorrow. A whole bunch of stuff besides Adepticon happening. Just kind of become a wash, this and that. yeah, let's knock that Connect 4 game. I'm not for most only competitive, quick browser game besides chess. Ah, no, it's gotta be chess then. Come on, it's the best one. It's the original. All this is just 4D chess. Come on.
Hold for 10th edition, and it all looks like exactly what I've been complaining about has been fixed. So, too many stratagems. That, I believe, is correct. Too many stratagems. Too much complexity in army selection. I mean,
Oh yeah, for anyone who doesn't know who Kurioth is, I don't know a lot of his like solo content, but a lot of you 40k fans will know him as he's our go-to vehicle and dreadnought guy for Adeptus Ridiculous. That's where probably a lot of you will know him from.
I don't think that was the case to start with, but it kind of is now. We've listened, and the new edition has been simplified, but it's not simple. That's exactly what I was hoping to see from this, And they've done some more details further down, which, I don't know, I'm getting excited. I'm actually getting excited about playing 40k again, and let me tell you, it's been a while. So firstly, they've massively stripped down the number of stratagems. Instead of a huge raft of them, you'll have access to a handful of the best ones. That's really good, because a lot of them never saw the light of day, no one touched them, what were they even in there for? Good.
Flak shell? Flak shell. I think... First off, has anyone even seen any Space Marines use a missile launcher in the last 4 or 5 years? Which sucks, because that specific model is really cool. I really like it. I actually have had it used against me once, because I was bringing a gunship, which is not something you would normally see anyway.
Good flavour, yeah, but actually useful in battle, not really. Just having the ones that we use the most, that makes sense to me. They're introducing new data sheets that have got more information. It's all been consolidated down into one thing. Basically, they've just done what Wahapedia's been doing this entire time, which is...
He's not wrong. That it is like Wahapedia format, almost.
Great. So, Termagant sheet here. We've got movement 6, toughness 3, 5 plus save, 1 wound, 8 leadership, and 2 original contents. I don't know what OC means. I'm assuming they will explain that at some point. Well, they'll explain it when 10th.
Alright, so earlier in the stream, our theory was OC was objective count. So that's like the count of how many models one model counts for securing objectives, which I really like. That's now a solid number. Because then you could have things like Adeptus Custodes are worth like 5, because that makes sense. Stuff like that. Termagants could be 2 because they're a Tyranid swarm, but a troop. Space Marines could default to like 3. Custodes 4 or 5, stuff like that. Yeah, certain characters could be really good at holding objectives solo. Company champions could have a purpose now. If they, for example, had a really high objective secure thing, some stuff like that, you could do all kinds of stuff with that. If that is the case.
The edition drops probably, or in an article before that. It'd be amazing if they just didn't say what that was. Just a random stat on a sheet and no one knows. The mystery, the excitement you get out of that. Stupid idea. So this is it. This is the
That's
whole
very
thing.
funny, man.
That's
actually
all the stuff you need, and that's brilliant. That's great. So one of the reasons this is a big deal, and one of the reasons that this is so exciting to me personally, is because of this. On the first day of the new edition, the rules for every datasheet in 40k will be free to download, or available to buy as convenient and portable card decks. Even your faction and army rules will now take up just a couple of pages. Oh my god. Thank you. Are the datasheets going to remain free? Probably not. Is it a great thing that they will be free at the start of the edition? Yes, it is. I cannot tell you how excited I am about faction and army rules taking up like a couple of pages. A couple of pages! Given for some armies you need to carry the books around in a goddamn library cart, that's massive and I love it. Army selection. Pick a faction, pick a warlord, and the units you like. Just no more than 3 of any one type, which is a little bit sad, but okay. And stay within your points limit, that's it. No force organisation chart, you can just do whatever the hell you like. As long as you stick within the rule of 3s, you're all good to go. That's fine. This just means that I can make all the silly ideas that I've had that wouldn't really have been applicable outside of just open play. So I'm really happy about that. Something that I can't wait to see if they actually stick to is this. So codexes will return in time to replace the free rules. So, we're still going to end up having to buy the codexes, but for now. But when they do, the complexity of the game won't increase, thanks to a one-in, one-out ethos for army and sub-faction rules. Effectively, you will only ever need your unit datasheets, the 2 pages of rules that govern your chosen army, plus the core rules and whatever mission you're playing. Now, if they actually stick to that without making it so that the missions are like absurdly overcomplex, I will be very impressed, right? I will be super impressed. And I hope they don't want to end up in the same position in 10th as they have in 9th, which is an absurd amount of bloat. Something that I do find interesting is they've said the Arcs of Omnibooks and boarding patrols will persist, so those aren't going away. You know what? I'm kind of glad about that though, actually, because boarding patrols are cool. It's a really cool idea. I'm glad they're not disappearing. Something I'm super interested to see what they do with is combat patrols, because they're now saying that that is just a new way to play the game. Combat patrols are effectively a different thing, and by the sound of it, because they've said it, picture small preset and balanced forces against each other with the armies made of combat patrol boxes. Like, this is just a fully enclosed little ecosystem. if you pick up any one of these Combat Patrol boxes, it should be balanced against all of the other Combat Patrol boxes. And so if you have a friend that you want to just start playing with, you just want to give it a little taster, and you buy one of these, they can buy any of the others, and it should be a balanced battle. Like, that's a big claim. I'm really interested to see how that holds up.
It's a big claim. It's a big claim, because I've talked about before. A bunch of those Battle Force boxes, not balanced. At all. At all. They go from useless to absurdly good.
Say, simplified version of 40k, perfect for beginners, but it just means that you can just play very quickly. Like, you can just pick one of those up, you're good to go. That's cool. Like, that's a really good idea. Now, there is also a launch video to go with this. So there's a really cool cinematic they've done, much like they did for Indomitors, which you should check out. It looks really good. There's loads of stuff in there. It kind of gives hints as to what's going to be in the 10th edition box, which includes, by the way, new Terminators, which we're going to take a look at, new Termagants, which we're going to take a look at, a new loadout for the Redemptor Dreadnought, which is like the classic Boxnaut twin las cannon and missile launcher setup, which I'm absolutely frothing for.
I said the same thing.
Love that. But you better go and watch that yourself, because if I put that into this video, it's going to be even longer than it already is. And as it is, I'm already going to split the 40k and AOS stuff, because otherwise this is going to be like 3 hours long.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we're only gonna watch the 40k stuff. So up to this says as Voton stuff. Oh, I guess this is the 40k video. Okay, so we'll watch the whole 40k video. Not gonna watch the AOS stuff. I don't follow AOS, so it wouldn't mean anything to me. So I'd have no reaction to it.
Speaking of new Termagants, here are the new fancy lads. They are bigger. They are meaner. They are slightly... When I say uglier, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a... There's more detail, so all the gross bits stand out better. They have been just so long overdue for an update, but it's finally happened. Again, this is just one of those things where I don't know how to say it without sounding like I'm expecting the bare minimum out of them at this point. But they've taken the thing that was already iconic and they've made it look better. That's pretty much it. But the thing is, I don't want them to do anything else for some of this stuff. Like, when it comes to things like Termagants and Hormagants and stuff, they're fine. The design is fine. Like, the actual concept, the design, that's all good. They're just old. They're just old and they lacked detail. They lacked as much definition as we get off current models. And especially with, like, the influx of, like, new Space Marine models, things that are from that kind of era of 40k have started to look really, really dated. Not because they're bad, but because they aren't as new, because they haven't kept up. And these look great. Things like the kind of... Is it muscle or is it more of an exoskeleton situation with Tyranids? I'm assuming muscle. Like, just the fleshy bits, let's say. There's just more definition.
I think it's supposed to be chin, but chin has a very musculature shape to it, ironically. If I had to break this down, I would think that basically these are the extents of how the musculature inside can tense up to pull up the arm, but when slack, this is just empty, basically. But it is consistently described as chitin in the lore. So this is an exoskeleton. And like inside these joints is where you see the flesh.
It just looks more detailed. It's not a particularly massive change to the design. They are bigger, definitely, when you look at them, but they remain faithful, but they're actually up to date now, which is...
Oh, sorry, if you're still here, like, here's your boys. Again, new ones.
I just want that for all the old stuff. And I realise that it's not really possible to just do that all the time for everything, because, you know, there is like a pipeline on this stuff. They can't just hire 18,000 designers and go, update the entire catalogue for everything that was published before 2015 or something. That's not feasible. But when I see stuff like this, it's like, this is what it should look like. I've got a really nice comparison picture of that. I mean, admittedly, the new painting style does help as well. Like the older display one, that's dated. It's dated. The painting style is dated. I think it's fair to say that overall the standard of painting, just in miniatures in general, has skyrocketed. But, I mean, just look at the little differences in detail. When it comes to the arms on the old Termagant, there just isn't as much in the way of like muscle definition or different shapes. It's just a couple of slightly curved in tubes attached at different joints. The new one actually has some like proper organic looking stuff going on, which is a massive change. Things like the throat. The throat on the old one, you've just got like a couple of lines going up either side. The new one actually has like that kind of ridged, hard flesh looking section at the base where it meets the chest. That's a huge difference.
It looks like spinal cord, or not spinal cord, but spinal column, and then clavicle. Like it's straight up like bone
By itself, and it's something that, to be fair to them, wasn't really an option. Things like the legs on the new one just look more stable. They look more visually interesting. There's more going on. There's just an upscaling detail, and it just makes a massive difference. I really like the plating, like the armor plating going down across the back and actually leading into the tail a bit more. That's really nice as well. The fact that those plates have also got the kind of funnels on the top makes them match with things like the Hive Tyrant way better. It's all little details that just add up to make it so much more interesting, like more visually appealing. And the thing is, this would have been an opportunity for them to rework the guns to make it look less like just an actual gun but skin and bone, and make it more integrated.
They didn't though. I have some thoughts on that actually. I'm gonna wait to see what he says first, but I have some ideas, some theory crafting as to why this just looks like a gun.
Into the model in some way, but they haven't done that. Instead, you have pretty much the same design again, complete with what looks like a magazine on the bottom, even though that's probably not how that works. They didn't change that. They've kept it faithful to what came before, but it just looks better. Just looks more detailed. Changes like this aren't like particularly big. They don't massively shift anything, but they're still important because it makes every faction in the game feel like they're being kept up to date. And the thing is as well, you know that if we've got new Termagants, we've got new Hormagants.
All right, I'm gonna go back to the gun for a second there. It might work like this. This might work like a banana mag. Okay? And this might effectively function as a gun. And the reason how that could have occurred is simply they're supposedly constantly evolving, and the first few engagements with humanity were complete wipes of Tyranids wiping out the humans. So this could have been a condition of the Tyranids learned from the humans, this is how our ballistic weapons work, and the Tyranid's like, cool, you know what, I like that design, that has mechanical merit, I'm going to replicate that, basically. So, like, they saw auto guns and bolters and was like, ah, magazine leads up to firing chamber. And now the Termagants use guns. They're straight up guns. That would be my logic as to how that occurred. Like, the Tyranids had not seen something that mechanically worked as efficiently as that before, potentially.
As well. Like, we know that there's no way they're going to redesign one and not the other, and just maybe the new Hormagants won't fall over on their face every time you move them. Wouldn't that be nice? Now we move on to the best news. I mean, some of you will say that the best news is the thing we're going to look at after this. Some of you will say that it's the Lion, but it's not. It's not the Lion, it's new Terminators. I'm the only one who thinks that, I'm aware.
No, Curious not wrong. This is actually bigger news than the Lion. We've known about the Lion, but again, the Lion affects Dark Angels players, and Dark Angel players alone. This affects every single Space Marine player out there in an amazing way. I just realized how clean this the winged skull is on his chest. It's just everything's so sharp and clean. Look at this belt. It's good. This is good.
of that. I know that my priorities are horrifically out of order, and you are probably disgusted at what I've just said. I don't care. I love me some Terminators. I absolutely love Terminators. I've got loads of Terminators, and the one issue I've always had with Terminators is that they're too small. I love them. They're brilliant. They're fantastic, but they've always been too small. They've always been a little bit too squat. And now they're not. And these aren't even Primaris Terminators, right? These aren't Primaris.
Actually, they are. They are Primaris Terminators. They confirmed that in the article. I think right above this picture, actually, it says that both Firstborn and Primaris don the suits of Terminator armor. All Terminators are both Firstborn and Primaris, which is a kind of a big deal lore-wise.
They are just, it's just Terminator armor, and either a Firstborn or Primaris can get in it. I mean, this...
Oh, okay, so he does say that. It's just, yeah.
It just looks brilliant. It just looks great, because it looks like an... Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad that I'm just getting excited about the fact that this guy looks like the other guys that I already have. Like, that's... I don't know how else to phrase it. This looks almost identical to things I already own, but I still want this because it's bigger. It's bigger, it's better proportioned. Yes, the shoulders are still hilariously hunched.
This makes me glad that I only have a squad of Relic Terminators, like 5 Relic Terminators and 5 normal Terminators, and I still have not actually painted either. I'm kind of glad that's the case now, because this was worth waiting to get into Terminator, into like Raven Guard Terminators. This right here.
But I feel like maybe there's been some sort of concession to trying to make it look slightly more comfortable, but I might just be... That might just be me coping, to be honest. Either way, it looks fantastic. Look at it. Just the posing is making a massive difference to these. Like, it's making a massive difference. This guy is not squatting. He's not, like, braced against nothing. Instead, he has the purposeful walk of someone who is marching into small arms fire, fully aware that none of it can hurt. And that's what I want to see. There's like an attitude difference between these and the old ones.
Like, this is so menacing, honestly. It's so cool. This whole posture is so menacing. It's perfect.
There's like a full-on intent difference. The old ones aren't posed great because they're old. Games Workshop have learned a lot about posing over the years, and you can tell that with these. These look like... They look inevitable. Like, they're just going to walk up to you and there's nothing you can do about it. And it's all about the posing for that. They're not particularly flashy. They're not covered in loads of, like... They're not covered in loads of decoration. They are utilitarian in the way that a lot of the Primaris stuff is. But they are still, like, the classic shape and look. So, yeah, I really like them. It would be impossible for me not to. I was wondering if, like... They would do.
Can we take a second to realize the skull down there has like a root like going through the eye socket and out the nose? It's kind of funny.
Primaris, whether they'd stick with Firstborn or what they would do, they've just upped the scale to make them the right size, and that's all it needed. That's literally all it needed. Just look how chunky and meaty those legs are. Look at them. Look at the girth on those legs. All the reinforcement around the back. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
That reinforcement is very nice. Oh, I forgot. I got it. Go back slightly. Come on. Nope. Forward a little. Okay. Yeah, these pipes look really good. It's going to be annoying to paint all those on a high detail level, but they look really good.
Enforcement around the back. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Also, one of the best things about the new edition, official poster boys. Hell yes, they get in the attention they deserve just because they've had multiple editions of Space.
And yeah, look at how small it is. Like, this guy looks like a Terminator. You think Terminator. You think this guy. This is what has been in all of our heads, even while we've been playing with this guy.
And you could argue that that's plenty of attention. You're wrong. they're getting all the attention, as it should be. And that is like, I think that's my favourite image out of everything we've seen for 40k side.
And I'm in complete agreement. Honestly, I'm like carry out like 100% so far. I don't think you said anything I've disagreed with.
Things, and I'll stand by that. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. I'm being very hyperbolic. I'm so happy.
No, I'll stand by this. This is the best image we've gotten yet. Seriously.
So happy. Overall, slightly bigger than a Primaris Marine. Walking forwards with purpose. New, fresh details. Sculpted, brought up to date. I mean, just compare that to the old one. The Stormbolter looks way better. I hadn't even noticed that. I was too excited by the armor itself.
Stormbolter does look way better. Honestly, I have always found the oval barrel of Stormbolters very weird. But actually, yeah, I didn't notice that either. The Stormbolter looks way better as a gun. With 2 barrels, 2 box mags, popped together, big old box semi-drum mags linked together. Yeah, this is good.
The Stormbolter looks way better. Just look at them next to each other, right? Look at the difference. We've got a lad dancing for some reason. I don't know why he's dancing, but he is. He's short, he's squat, he looks like he needs to go to the toilet. But his armor's badass. His head's maybe a little bit too big. Then look at the new one.
Head's too big and the head's too low. Like, look how much shoulder out. I mean, I guess like his shoulder would be like in like here. But I mean, still, a lot of the proportions of this it's not great.
Look at that. Look at the proportions on that. The proportions are just better. The proportions are way better. Bigger legs, chunkier, more armoured legs, thicker thighs. They save lives. The helmet has been like kind of squashed a little bit, but that means it can fit in the like neck cavity better. It's just perfect. It's actually perfect. Oh, I love it.
Actually, I had never really noticed how much his head sticks out. Why does it stick out so much? His head's like way back here, and you got all this helmet in front for some reason. This makes sense. This just goes right up in the center. His eyes are here. There's a big nose thing for atmospheric whatever, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why there's that much there. Maybe just more armor. But in any event, the whole thing looks way better.
I love it so much. I actually love it. Also, the lion's back. I was going to try really hard to make it seem as though I just didn't care about the lion being back, but it's so good. It's such a good model, I can't do it. I actually can't do it. It is hilarious that he's been asleep for this long, but you know what? He's finally shown up, and good lord, what an absolute beast. Look at this lad. What the hell? So, firstly, Charles Dance, it's a pleasure to have him in 40k. It's lovely to see that Tywin Lannister is finding more work as some sort of like reference for demigod warriors. Excellent taste there. The armor is amazing. I love it. It's fantastic. I want to paint it immediately. I would do a really bad job, but I do want to paint it.
I would also love to paint this. I don't know if I could do this good. Maybe. Something akin. It'd be better, though. Than... probably better. No, I like Carry On. But, yeah. I would love to paint this. This would be really fun to paint. All the pieces are just they're so sharp. It's great. I want to highlight this stuff. It's so, everything is sharp and clean and crisp. It makes you want to slide a brush across it. It's real good.
Love the way the robe has been kind of like integrated into the armor, or like over the armor. It's kind of like, it's not a complete robe over the top. It just kind of hooks across the Dark Angel symbol on the chest, but it doesn't go over the plate itself. It's so extra. It's fantastic. The billowy cloak is just absolutely perfect. It's so fancy compared to Guilliman. Like, Guilliman has got loads of fancy stuff, right? but there's just something about a billowing cloak that adds an air of like gravitas to the situation. It just adds a layer of like distinguished something or other, and like it works so well. It's so good. 2 watchers on the base, fine, sure. I actually don't like them being on the base. I'm going to be totally honest. I don't like them being on the base. I would put them on 2 smaller bases and have them follow him round, because I don't like the silhouette of that as like a little diorama. It just looks a little bit messy.
To be fair, doing that would not be hard. Just shove him on some 25 mils and you're good to go.
I actually think that he would look better if he was on his base by himself, striding across a bunch of rubble. I don't think the watches actually add all that much, and I realise that there's going to be plenty of you who at this very moment are angrily typing about how I'm wrong and an idiot, and that's absolutely fine, each to their own. I just don't think it needs that. I just don't think it needs it. I think it adds clutter on what is already quite a busy model. Not too busy. I'm not saying it's too busy. I actually really like it. I don't think it's too busy at all, but there's like extras there that I don't necessarily think you need. But as I say, I'll just get around that by putting them on smaller models and having them follow him round. And then if you're playing a game with them and people are like, well, he's supposed to have 2 watches, they're still there. Or you can just say that they're there or whatever. I don't know. I just don't feel like it needs it. But the actual... It's weird. I actually really like the models for the watches. The watches look really cool. Sinister, weird, creepy, excellent. And I really like the lion. I just don't... Yeah, it's just personal preference, isn't it? Also, really shaming people with that sword. I mean, come on. I can't paint that. What are you doing? Got some nice alternate views as well. Oh, that cloak. Oh, the cloak. Is there a better picture of the cloak? Okay. Look, we can get nearly a full picture of the cloak. That is some tasty cloak work. Good lord. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love it. I love it. Look at that. Oh. Scrap what I said before. I don't care about painting the armor. I want to paint the cloak. Oh, it's so good. Anyway, I do like the power pack. The power pack looks cool. The kind of shielded wing element going over the vents. That's... I don't know why, but I love that. That's really tickled my fancy, that has. That is real tasty. I love how much detail the scabbard has got on it for the sword. I do like that. I also love the fact that the job of a watcher apparently is always to hold either a weapon or a helmet. No days off for them. The iron halo he's got is crazy. I really like that too. I've just noticed the sword again. I'm so bad at painting swords. I want to be able to paint that sword. There's probably a tutorial for that somewhere. I say probably.
Yeah, actually, like the specific techniques for a lot of this are not that complicated. The hard part is getting it to look this smooth in transition, especially the blue glow bits. I'm not even entirely sure how they pulled off, unless they did like really defined glazing. I mean, here's the thing: if you're getting paid to do it by like Games Workshop themselves, you got the time to like make sure it comes out perfect.
There absolutely is. Doesn't matter what you want to paint, there's always a tutorial for it these days. Which is excellent, but I should get off my arse and actually watch one, shouldn't I? Also, the fact that he's got like black armor, it's black but it's like tinged green where they've done the edge highlighting, that is perfect. Multiple head options. I got distracted by the armor. I'm going to say something here, and I don't know whether this is going to be controversial or not. I don't know whether this is going to get people annoyed. The head, which is the helmet with the hood, is the best one. That is the best one.
I've already heard that several times. I'd be perfectly happy with any of these three. Any of these three, I'd be perfectly happy with.
Like, of all of them, that is solid. Yes, you do have the iconic wings on the other helmet. And I think it looks good. I do like it. I also think, like, his actual just face, they've done a really good job on his face. And the hooded face is fantastic. But the helmet with the hood, that is actually perfect. That is peak. They've peaked there. There's nothing else they could have done for his head that would possibly beat that. It does also mean that his wings that go on his helmet are detachable, which I don't know why. That makes me laugh. That's pretty funny. Why are they detachable? Well, because sometimes you need to put your hood up and look like an absolute legend. That's why. I suspect that should I ever get hold of this, which I absolutely will, because, oh, it's just struck me. I just realised. I mean, what possible excuse do I have to not make some sort of Deathwing force? Like, as a bit of a Terminator fanboy, the Lion's back, and we have new, properly scaled Terminators. I don't really understand what else I'm supposed to do. What else I could do.
It's a valid point.
We can kind of get a vague sense of scale here, which is a little bit... I really wish they'd put stuff next to him. That would be helpful, but you know what? It's fine. And of course he's going to have his own Arcs of Omen book, which will still be applicable in 10th, which is nice. And also, I don't know why they've made his moustache extra glorious on the cover, but I do appreciate it. Good work. And finally, in the 40k/40k adjacent side of things, we have Gallowfall. So the Gallow Dark is doomed. So that's that arc done by the look of things. And for this new and I assume final instalment of the Gallow Dark saga, we've got Leagues of Votann and Beastmen. So here we have the leagues themselves, and I mean they're Leagues of Votann. They look cool. They look pretty damn cool. I do like the colour scheme they've gone for here. Those look good. Also, that dude with the knuckle dusters, legend. What a hero. He is going to punch some goatmen in the face, and he's going to be loving every second of it. 100% love that guy. I mean, yeah, these look great. There's some nice character in these sculpts. The dude overladen with various bags and stuff is fantastic, especially the moustache. What a good moustache that is. We've also got some Ironkin representation there. Look at that. Yeah. Love the Ironkin. They're great. Also, I like that they're using kind of like dwarven models to show the old version of 40k with the new version. So we've got that Caradron Overlords guy with the massive rack of books with the 2 books that he's holding whilst he's reading a book for 9th, and then we've got this dude with an iPad for 10th. Was it intentional on GW's part? Probably not, but that's how I'm reading it. Love it. Yeah, these look good. These look great.
You got Jump Pack.
Jetpack guy's cool. And we also have
Votann Assault
a new
Marines.
Grenade Man. A new Grenade Man? Oh, yes. Love Grenade Man. Look at that. Look at that. No other weapons. Well, I think he might have a pistol, but we're going to ignore that. We're going to pretend it doesn't exist. No other weapons, just grenades. That's all he carries. He has one job, and that's to throw grenades at people. And he loves his job. Now, here's what's really surprised me about this one. Beastmen. Enclaves of Chaos worshipping Beastmen.
Beastmen are back all of a sudden. They're suddenly have a tabletop presence, apparently. I completely missed this, because I don't follow kill teams, so I was not paying attention to this. But this could just be a new part of Chaos armies all of a sudden.
So we've got a Felgor Ravager kill team. And I don't know, I just didn't expect to see this at all. Yeah, this one really took me by surprise. I mean, I love it. It's so... I don't know. Look, I'm going to be totally honest here. I'm going to be totally honest. I don't know that these necessarily fit in 40k anymore. But I appreciate them. I want them to. I want to...
Yeah, this is such a fantasy-looking axe. It has a pipe on it. Why? I don't know. It doesn't appear to be powered, but it's an axe. It's just a battle axe.
See them more.
I have to say, this is all getting me wanting to play Chivalry 2 a lot more than Star Conflict, which is what I thought I'd be playing tonight. I don't know if either of them are even going to work on stream, but, you know, we'll see how it goes.
I want them all over the shop. I want us to be unable to move for all the Beastmen that are around the place. But they're so, like... They're so fantasy looking. They're so... I mean, yeah, they've got guns. Yeah, alright. Guns and like a bionic fist. Sure. But overall, they really just look insanely fantasy. I mean, that dude there... with the 3 arms. With the 3 arms? Oh, God, yeah, he's got 3 arms.
He's got 3 arms.
That dude there with the 3 arms took myself by surprise there. And 3 eyes. Oh, what a freak. Anyway.
Holy crap, he does have 3 eyes. He has a third... I think it's a 3rd eye. Might just bone ridge. Hard to tell. That guy's super mutated.
That's just a fantasy model. That's not... The only concession to that being sci-fi at all is he's got 2 little canisters or something hanging off his belt. You could shove that in a, in like a Beast of Chaos army, and it would just be fine. No one would notice. No one would bat an eye. It would just be like, oh, cool, nice. I don't know if they necessarily fit anymore outside of a few kind of token sci-fi items like a gas mask or a random smoke thing. Is that a smoke grenade that he's holding in his hand? Okay, it is. The way that was,
Oh, he's tossing it. I legitimately thought he's probably gonna say this right now. I thought that was his hand. His hand just like emits smoke now.
Shouldn't have taken that picture head on for that guy, because I really thought that he had like a smoking hand stump, which
Yeah,
I
see.
sure if that's what you like, but I just wasn't sure what the point of it
Like,
was. But
yeah,
he
what
is
is the
throwing
point of that? I
he
have
is
no
throwing
idea.
a smoke grenade. Yeah, I like him. I like them. They're cool. They're beastmen. How'd you?
Like, this guy makes sense. This guy's perfectly 40k-ish, I think. Way more than the rest of them. He's like kind of meh. He has a pistol, sure, but
You not like him? But I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they fit anymore. I don't know if they fit. Did they ever fit? Did they ever really fit? Does it even matter if they fit? I don't know. I don't have the answer to these questions. All I know is I wasn't expecting Beastmen, and then we got Beastmen, and I am genuinely happy about it. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. We've got more additions to the Gallo Dark scenery, so like medical bays and storage units and cryo things, and yeah, I mean, it is good scenery. It is good scenery. I just wish there was a little bit more variety from each box. I mean, you do get new stuff to put in and around the bulkheads and stuff, but it would have been nice to have a little more variation, I guess. That about does it for the 40k and 40k adjacent stuff from the Adepticon preview. Oh wait, no, Horus Heresy. There was a Horus Heresy thing. It was a book, a single book, and it talked about bringing back Zone Mortalis, and that's literally it. There's nothing else. really dry preview for Horus Heresy, sadly. But the rest of it, pretty good. Let me know in the comments down below what tickled your fancy the most out of those reveals. I'm going to go away and plan how many Terminators I need to buy to make a Deathwing army, because that's just a thing that's going to happen now, which is good and bad. Good.
Alright, so that was Kirioth. Which, I guess I'm not subscribed to him on this on this account. Give him a like. I was in complete agreement with basically everything he said, all of his points. It was, yeah. Okay, there's maybe one I didn't, because I went on about it for a little while when I went through it. And that's you can make your army out of anything. There's 3 of a piece. I'm concerned it's gonna make the game like even more spammy than it normally is on a competitive level. But it does open up a lot of more options for thematic stuff. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so yeah, I did a lot of reaction content so far today. Let's yeah, we got a little over 2 hours before when I'd normally end, so let's do some gaming, I guess. I was Sai, are you there? Are we doing this Connect 4 or whatever freaking weird game you won instead of 40k like the button said? Or I guess red would be the other one I'd be wondering if is there, because that would tip the balance between either Star Conflict or Chivalry, which again I don't know if either game will actually function, but you know, don't know until we try. In a couple weeks it won't matter. I'll have the new PC and we'll be doing 2 PC streaming, so gaming will be officially on the books of anything we want basically. So. But after looking at the Lion so much, I'm thinking Chivalry. It's kind of the direction I want to go in. I'm not hearing anything from chat, so I'm just going to boot up Chivalry here. Let's rearrange this. So firstly, I need to change stream. Okay. Now I just gotta switch over the game screen. Oh, well. Sai, you're killing me. I gotta turn everything down. Sai, you're killing me here. I just asked if you were here, you weren't here, I booted up Chivalry. I'm also killing me. Okay, listen, are we doing... I just changed all the stream info over. Are we doing your ridiculous board game nonsense instead? Is that what we're doing? Are we knocking that out? I suddenly immediately got a call from one of the Fiverr D&D groups. Oh man. And what game are we playing? So I can adjust all the stream info again. Yeah, give me like 15-20 minutes if you can chill and get my water and all. I mean, I guess so. 15-20 minutes, jeez. Well, I guess I'll get TTS up and going in something. Unknown TTS. Game, cause no TTS gaming question mark. Tabletop simulator. All right, I'll get that going. I shouldn't even be giving into this nonsense. In all reality. It was not the rules of the game. Oh yeah, is game caption not? There it is. Oh, good. Sure, it's why it's so freaking big. Oh, because a bomb is crop for some reason. Did I have it like that before? Ah, it's magnetizing. Erdan. Erdan. And oh, by the way. Aha. All right. So what game are we playing? Yeah. not even have Connect 4 in the Classic. You don't have to... Son of a mother... Going forward, general stream PSA. If I say something specific on the button, that's what the button's meant for. Nothing else. I don't care. This is the last example of this nonsense. This nonsense will never occur again. There's my OBS. There you go. Great. Okay. Opponent's turn. All right. Do the thing. Being in TTS is close enough as far as the stream info. Switching to whatever later. It's your turn. It says. Are we? Oh yeah, you're in. Okay. I have you here now. I am now in here.
I gotta mute your thing. It's echoing. Yo.
Echo. You are also audible on the stream.
First to the other one, but it has no ads, so we're chilling.
Okay.
Or at least it has no ads from my side.
I see.
Best 3 out of 5, right?
Sure.
Time I finally wreak my vengeance.
Says you.
My vengeance after all this time.
Vengeance for what? What did I do?
What haven't you done? Can you tell me that much?
Yeah. I've not ended your miserable existence despite my best judgment.
Wait, how many do I have to get in a row?
4. It's Connect 4.
Like,
What? What?
Wait, how do pieces move? I forgot.
I don't think there is any movement. No.
Aw, you're stinky.
I should probably
Nada.
start thinking about, offensive strategy, huh?
You or me?
Me.
Oh! Wait, where'd it get me? The thing's blocking it. Oh, I see.
I should probably start thinking about offense instantly.
I didn't even see it until it happened. I got jump scared by Connect 4.
You know what's funny? I did not intentionally build up for that. I said my thing and then instantly saw the 3 in a row. I'm like, ha. Let's go.
My strategy. Placing and hoping for the best.
Yeah, basically it. That was basically what happened, yeah.
We making a design here? What's going on?
No, because it's an odd number of colors, so I can't continue.
We just gotta leave the center clear.
Okay, alright, yeah, we can do that. I'm sure we can do that in a Connect 4 game.
Nah, you're gonna bait me. I'm doing something else. You're gonna find a way to set it up to where you win right before I have a chance. Nah. Okay, math? According to the hypotenuse of the circumference.
That's
that means if I place
not
one
how
here,
any of that works, just so you know.
automatically lose.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Blocked off all your routes.
Uh-huh.
You have to start from ground. Fuck, I didn't think about it. I'm sorry, you have to start from ground up now. Dang, it's crazy.
I'm gonna turn you up, but yeah. That should be good.
I could just be louder. I could start shouting if you wanted.
It's just absolute screaming. Just
a minor amount of noise, some would say.
A minor. You know what's weird? Turning you way up. It's still your turn, by the way. Oh, I wanted inactivity. Let's go. I was actually liking it.
I didn't realize.
Bam.
Where's the timer? Show me a timer.
I don't know. There is no timer. Nah, screw it.
Okay, I know there's a timer now. I'll pay more. I'll be faster.
Well, the timer is fairly generous, to be fair.
Yeah, I was just overthinking it. Too much time to shit talk.
While I'm over here, like, messing with audio settings and still, like...
Yeah.
That's how good I am. I can mess with audio settings and win Connect
got-
4.
Okay. I swear.
So, this is my life now, huh?
Yep.
Alright.
You're only saying that because you understand what peril you're in.
Uh-huh.
Because you weren't expecting me to go over here.
You know what? You weren't expecting me to go there.
Was it? What about that?
Man, what could I ever do to stop it?
Fuck you.
Oh, wow.
That one's a dominance play.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Go ahead and place your orb.
Oh, they're orbs now? Man, we really jumped up. This just became a 3-dimensional game.
I know the most ideal orb placement.
Do you, though?
Do I, though? I think I do,
you,
though.
though?
Oh, I had a heart attack. You could have placed there and gotten it. I almost didn't notice that. I clicked on the left, didn't register.
Yeah. Actually, you are. I didn't see it either. I've been watching like 4 other growing potentials.
Yeah, I'm looking on the left over here.
Yeah.
Your go.
I'm aware. I am aware. Let's go. Let's do like this. I like this. I'm gonna go straight up. That's what I'm thinking. Oh yeah? Think you're just gonna do that?
I'm just gonna do that.
You can do that, huh?
What are you gonna do about that?
That. Ooh,
Yahtzee.
man. You know, I disagree. Man, could you even?
I'm just gonna let that happen.
I mean, you know, maybe if I ask
You don't
nicely.
understand you've never taken the creed. Clearly, you've never taken the creed.
Is this the way?
Draw?
What?
I gotta move, or else I'm gonna get upset points on my score.
Yeah.
Oh no, I just set up for that, so I gotta pay attention for that in the future.
Yeah.
Huh?
You should probably do something about that though. Ah, man, you know, what if I did this?
I almost peed a little.
Oh no.
Is there any wins I'm not seeing on my board? Don't think so. What happens if I go here?
You know, I'm gonna write a strongly written letter and then place an orb here. Man, look at that.
You know
Would
what?
you
This
look at
corner's
that?
looking a little empty. Let's fill it in.
Would you look at that? Guess what? You know what? At that
Did you just
last
win?
move,
Oh,
it was
you won no matter what I
impossible
did.
for
If
me
I
to
place
lose.
it there, you go the one above it. I
Yes,
was
yep.
avoiding that
It was a
space.
trap.
Dang
Yep,
it.
it was a trap from the beginning.
Dang it. That's 2 wins.
I
That's 2
planned that
wins. There's
trap
still a
like
comeback.
15 turns ago.
There's still a comeback possible. I know this secret strategy. It's like, you know how there's that one strat in
You take the middle. That's the strategy.
there's that one strat. What's
And
it
then you
called?
keep
What's that
going.
game? Tic-tac-toe.
Oh yeah. Yep.
You can be like, yep.
Yep.
You know what? It's like rule 1 of Rocket League.
Man,
you gotta keep pressing together until it.
I mean, it's
until
just,
you can't anymore.
it's just, you know, mid dominance right
This
there.
is a border.
You know?
You stay on your right side. I'll stay on my left side. All right.
On
We'll
which
play
side's
this like
mine?
civilized
Which
people.
side's mine again?
You're on the right side.
Right side. Okay, cool.
That's a declaration of war in my book.
What are you doing? Just invading my territory? What do you think this is?
What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go here, because the
Bro.
right side's mine. You said it was. You gave it to me.
Keep
you know?
the blues out of my territory.
Yeah. No.
I'm blue, dabba die. More like I'm a idiot.
Wait. Are you blue on your screen?
I'm red on my screen.
Oh, okay. I was
I'm
gonna be
blue,
very
dabba die,
confused
more
all of
like
a sudden.
I'm
Like, wait,
an
what?
Idiot.
Yeah. I like this. I like the left side. I think left side's pretty cool.
That's a little racy, but okay.
Man, how will I ever
gotta
recover?
Be so far to the left all the time.
What if I just went here? What would you do about that?
Well, first of all,
You'd give me the win. That's what you do.
uh,
I believe that's
maybe I shouldn't have taken a hit right before this.
3.5 in a row. I think that's 3 out of 5, right?
Yeah, it is. That's why we got to make up the 5 out of 7.
You're fine.
We have to go until I win 1, and then I can call it there, victory. No.
See, I was gonna win this whole time. Oh man. Well, you know. Ah, jeez.
I broke it. I'm sorry. I broke rule 1.
Yeah,
I can imagine you. I place my orb. It hits your turn. You still somehow place it on the top there. Like, I win, idiot. Huh? What?
4 turns.
Oh my god.
4. Man, would you look at that? Would you look at that? It is gorgeous.
What have we made?
The end of all hope. Man, you're trying to get tricky on me, huh?
little bit of a sneakster.
How much sneak?
Oh fuck! Did you win? And I
Could it be
noticed
this much
Okay.
sneak? Could it be
No,
this
not
much
that
sneak?
Not
It's that much sneak.
Oh well, it's that much sneak. Well, that's why this is one of those famous.
Well,
best
you
8
know,
out of
we still have to
30s.
hit 7. We still have to hit 7. So you know, it's okay. You know what? I kind of like this one here.
Cringe. That's a cringe move. You're
Yeah,
cringe.
cringe activated, man.
It's a cringe
Oh,
move.
man. What if I do like that though?
That's where I was gonna place it.
Oh no. I mean,
Damn.
so I mean, the real estate prices right here are just amazing. You can't not take it.
Bro. What kind of bebop kind of strategy is this?
It's
I don't know
it's
why I
like
placed
a
it. I
it's
can't
like a
advance that
I'm
anything.
blue daba dee daba die kind of strat, you know?
If I were green, I would die.
Yeah,
say
yeah.
that?
Well, I mean, you're the
I'm
one that
blue. If
consumes
I
all
were
the
green, I would
green, so.
If I were green, I would die. I want to eat apple pie.
Man, I can't let you just, you know, be like that though. Ah,
Fuck,
man.
what did I do that for? What did I do that for?
I don't know,
looked at
man.
That, saw that that's how it worked, and I still clicked. I was like, yeah, if I place that there, he can go up and do it. And then some kind of like act of God shit kicked in, and my finger just clicked.
I kind of want to see if I can go 10 in a row now.
Gosh damn. It's all about how this gets edited afterwards.
Man, if I had more time on my hands, which I definitely do not right now, but
you know who does have time on their hands?
I would edit this to look like a Maxor video. This would be the most hyped game of Connect 4 to ever exist. Like, you'd have no idea. Like, it would look like the warfare of the gods. It would be so intense. It would be absolutely insane. Oh man, completely annihilated my strategy. Completely
Silence,
annihilated my strategy.
one circle place, and it's
Oh,
damn.
oh no.
What am I gonna do?
No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man. Oh no. What am I gonna do? Crazy. Oh no. Oh,
No.
Oh man.
Stop
Oh
it.
man. No. No.
At least
Don't
beat me
don't do that.
honorably.
All right. I'm gonna go up over here then.
At least beat
I'm gonna
me
straight up
honorably,
over
bro.
there.
At least beat me honorably. No more towering.
No more towering. I can't tower.
No towering. You're no longer allowed to place orbs. Get
Man.
wrecked, you fucking yes! Let's do it! Let's go!
Wait, you got it? Oh, the 3.
Win.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, I was like,
Yes!
you know what's crazy? If you looked at all the dots, I had just set up where if you had placed it anywhere but there, I had 3 different ways of winning.
Did you? I didn't
I
even
had
notice.
3.
L plus ratio. Let's go! First try.
First try. First try.
First
Okay,
try.
all right. I should actually play like an actual game. You know what? You won. You've beaten me. You have proven you are the superior Connect 4 player.
Let's queue up for Game of League now. I'm just kidding.
Game of League.
See ya.
Oh no.
See ya.
All right, see you in chat. Oh man. All right. All right. We're going to do like actual gaming now. No longer Connect 4. We're going to do yeah, I mean, Red's not here. So I had to go teach a lesson in Connect 4. Yeah. Man, I hope you taught him good, man. I hope you taught him how that game of masterful strategy actually works. It's so important that a person knows how Connect 4 is played by the pros. Alright, we're gonna do some Chivalry 2 because I just got this game like 3 years too late. And I played it for the first time last night. I have the first Chivalry game. I've had it for years. I love it, even though I'm terrible at it. And I think it's partially because it doesn't connect smooth, or it doesn't play smoothly at all. And now the second one plays very smoothly and is super fun. So now that's what we're gonna do. All right, that's it is still it's not uploading, updating. But this is just what I want to do now. I want to play Chivalry 2, and it's such a funny game too. It's great. I got the first Chivalry game for free on Xbox Live Game Pass and 360 when I was like 14 years old. Yeah, and it was oh yeah, I keep forgetting you're like what, like 7 years younger than me? Yeah, when I first got Chivalry Medieval Warfare, it was 2014. I was 20. I was working my retail job. I remember one of my favorite memories of it. Oh, it still is not showing on the actual capture. All right, let's try that again, huh? There we go. Alright. Sai, you'll have to keep me updated as to how smooth the actual game is on screen. I'm still learning. I'm not gonna go into free-for-all just yet. The moment you load the game up, your face cam started lagging. Oh, is it doing that again? The game's smooth as beans, it's just my face. I could always switch to the other one without the face cam. Because, yeah, that is, like, my face is really laggy. That's fine. We'll move to the TTS, stream and thing, and we'll get rid of, cam frame, and we'll move the chat to, oh, that is not at all what I want to do. Why is it? Okay, great. The game's taking care of itself. Wonderful. I don't know why it insists on me selecting both. I really just want the chat window, so I can move it to, like, here. That's good. Sure. I think. Yeah. Okay. Great. Green screen face array over the character models are forced to immersion. Yeah, right? Oh man, if there was a way of doing that, like reactively, that'd be so great. Small lobby, but fair enough. Not gonna lie, I'm probably best as the footman with like some kind of halberd, but I love playing archer.
So the coward Malric sends his knavish army to Thaic Castle.
Oh yeah, I got
glorious masons think they have cornered the young cub in the far reaches of the north.
You guys can't hear nothing of me.
They have not cornered a cub. They have stumbled right into the lion's den.
Start RP the character? Yeah. Yep.
Fight for your king. Fight for your king.
Oh yeah, I sort of can actually disconnect my phone, which is nice. My phone needs to charge.
Keep the siege weapons firing.
Oh, I didn't switch to Archer. No, Archer right at the beginning of the game is the best. AFK reported. Yeah, yeah. Is it too late to switch to Archer? I wish to be Archer. I will respawn as Longbowman. Fine then. I will be, extra... Oh, that's the bolt. I want to mount the... Here we go. Let's go. I missed. Can you believe it? Lane to lane, down to CS, yeah. Okay, I have to aim up a little bit. Dude, I can't tell you how much I love this game. Right in your chest, get wrecked. I know, best shooting ever. Can you believe how much of a sniper I am with the ballista? Just a bad shot. There's an archer over there. That's... I missed terribly. You gotta aim up way more than you'd think for a ballista. I also keep thinking now about, like, my... Ironically, now I'm getting way more self-conscious about my positioning on facecam that I don't even have a facecam for, so good job on my part. I am, dying. Oh! My head is gone. Why is my guy still whining? Blows horn right as you fire. It worked. Yeah. What am I doing? Trying to read chat and shoot my own guys. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Down and dead. Sweet. Dude, as soon as a Vanguard sees you as an archer, it's all over, man. You are dunzo. Alright. Alright, so you will find out pretty quickly that my archery skill comes in spurts, where I am terrible, and then I become a sniper for like 30 seconds at a time, and it happens like once a match, and that's the entire reason I play Archer. That was a kill. Team damage. Sweet. Hit him again. Alright, and he's dead. Okay, I'm moving. Get me out of here. Get out of my way. I need to move. Alright. And he's dead. Sweet. Ow! Where's that archer? Ow! I hit you right in the throat, my man. AKA you rolled a d20 for every hit at a match. You bound to hit a crit once in a while. Yeah, that's me on the horn. Play with trackpad? No, I'm just doing mouse and keyboard. Is that, the idea of you being on the horn is pretty good. I do love the fact that you can throw anything in this game. So that guy earlier was killed by a dude throwing the catapult ammo at him. That guy just hit me with a crossbow bolt, and I don't appreciate it. Where's my advantage? Hey, gameplay's still... Good lord. Hey, you think the watchtower is okay? You think the watchtower is okay? I just gotta be like, yeah, no kidding. Oh wow, there goes the other one. Oh, team damage. What do you know? If I had to look at my games last night, you would definitely think deserting. I step backwards 2 feet and I am deserting. Brilliant. Oh, that's my own guy. I let go almost on purpose, just to hit that guy. I wonder if I could get a guy on such low health I could throw my bow at him and kill him by throwing my bow. Oh, I am very dead. Do I need to desert it if your girlfriend already has? If they're on her knees, probably, yeah. Dude, I once was on fire as a footman and threw my full-size battle axe into a room completely on fire and took a dude's head clean off. It was amazing. Oh yeah, right up here would be a great spot actually to, oh wait, what are we trying to control? Over there, okay. Actually, I'll get a little bit closer. I'm gonna set up my brazier and start lighting people on fire. This game is everything I want in gaming, I have to say. I don't think gaming can get better than this game. I know I've had this game for less than 24 hours, but still. Is gonna be another brazier where I don't light a single person on fire? Is that what's about to happen here? I don't like it. Oh, got you. You're on fire. Defend the banners in the stronghold. I am about to die. You know, if I'm running with it, nope. Arsonist POV, yeah, exactly. I'm like, maybe if I run with them, they won't notice I'm an enemy. Nope. Immediate front flip simulator. Ah, this would be the best place for Brazier, but I have to wait for it to come back. We are getting pushed back pretty quick. All right, there's resupply right there. That's good. That's a lot of dudes. Would you believe I'm shooting into that many dudes and still missing? There we go. How am I missing? They are so packed in. They are packed in like sardines. Could someone throw a fire pot down there, maybe? I hit an ally. Alright, where's this archer shooting me? Right in the face. Ah! Oh no, not in the face, in the hand. I saw the arrow. Dude. What's up with that? It looked like a headshot, didn't it? But no, the arrow was sticking out my dude's hand. Unless that was the arrow from before. Also, was my guy wearing a crown? What was up with that? Oh, someone's got brazier. Let's go. Yo, this is how it should be right here. If I could, you know, actually hit anything. How are our banners falling if all of them are down there? Got someone. What is happening? Oh, they are on the walls. What'd you know? What'd you believe?
Those bastards have overwhelmed the Bailey! Fall back into the fortress! Do not let them open that drawbridge!
Oh, I almost parried. So it's a little... I feel like you just experienced the exact POV medieval fight. Just watching an arrow fly towards your face, yeah. I am getting a little bit of, like, choppiness on my end, which you guys are probably seeing. I'm assuming that's from the streaming part of it, because this was super smooth this morning. Or, not this morning. Well, it was technically this morning, actually, but late last night. But, you know, I do have a second PC on the way. It's going to take a couple weeks for me to put the money together, but it's going to happen. In about a month or so, we can do full-on gaming streams, no problem. Hey, dude with, like, the guts sword. Actually, that's like the Game of Thrones execution blade. Get in here. I am out of stamina. Oh, I found him. I totally hurt an ally. And again. Ow! Don't do that! Don't do it! Aww. How am I doing? 3 kills, 7 deaths. Yeah, pretty good for Archer. Oh, now there's no one up here. Man. How do I... Can I, Okay, there we go. That's one way of, like, just sheathing my arrows, just swapping weapons entirely. That's a kill. On one hand, I wish that arrows did more damage. On the other hand, I'm like, well, that's actually, like, fairly realistic for, like, arrows into armor. Oh, that's bad. Aw, I did the little jump thing. Ah, jeez. Kilroy, gotcha. Kilroy was here. It's about as old as this game, yeah. Guy thinks he can just sit in the stairs and throw stuff at people. Dude, this guy's got a tree! The guy's picking up and throwing a tree! Are we both seeing this? This dude's got a tree, man! Tree attack! Yeah! Yo, I've never even been down here. Oh. I immediately hit the tree man. Oh, it's not the tree man. I don't know what's going on with that guy. Oh. This is bad. I'm gonna die because I got too close. Help me. Nope. That guy's gonna die quick. Or not. Nope, he's totally fine. That was treacherous of you. Side. Die. I have my brazier. Where would it make sense to set this up? I mean, people keep coming through here. Remember when there was horses on this map, says the chat, in-game. Everyone's like, nope. I am missing terribly. I am going to die. Okay. The weapon, I guess I could try kicking them and then switching weapons. I gotta find out how you're expected to somehow defend yourself in melee when you're an archer. I guess not shooting the next arrow at them is probably the idea. I'm actually doing terribly even compared to yesterday. No. If T1 was this game, you'd be getting screamed, switch off archer, switch off archer. Yeah.
We can't let them get any closer.
What?
Control of the courtyard.
Thank you.
All right. I got this.
I hit a guy with my axe. That was awesome. I'm gonna die now, but that was worth it. Yep. Worth. It was worth, man. Do I get to respawn, or what's going on? Oh, there we go. You know what? Before it throws me in there, I am gonna switch to a footman. Well, footman or vanguard? Let's do footman. Let's get some halberd action here. Boom! Dude, a little bit of choppiness makes it so hard to, like, block correctly. I am chopping people up. Oh, they got me. How many kills did I just get? Like 3, 4 kills? If I did the math, and as an archer, this game you have over half your hits on allies. Okay, but how was the melee fighting just then, though? Despite how choppy that was. Oh, that was... Argon is here. Let's go. I am on fire. I am on fire. I am on fire. Okay, I fixed the fire. I have definitely hit my allies a bunch, but, you know. Wait, were any of those enemies? What's going on over there? Oh, I messed up my sequence. Wait, at least in an archer, when you shoot your own ally, it doesn't chop their head off for half HP then. I just keep the counter up. That was 5 ally hits this life alone. Dude, it's real hard to hit anything you want to hit in the press, man. Is that an... Oh, that's an ally. Dude, the Agatha dudes sometimes get so covered in blood that you legitimately cannot tell if they're ally or enemy. That was clean. Kill you. If you actually like just kind of slow down and take your time, it does make it a lot easier. Who's hitting me? We are pushing back hard now. I'm just gonna take a second, don't mind me. Oh! I think... Oh, it's that guy. Alright, I'm gonna go way back here. I'm gonna heal. Oh, I already used it. Oh, I'm okay. Alright, nope, we're good. What's my bandage kit? That was my special attack. There we go. Health kit. Boom. Bunch of dudes in the area. Get health now. Is that a... I don't know. I am on fire. I am dead. I don't know even what killed me. Ah! You 100% killed 3 guys. Those are all enemies. How dare you? Nah, 9 kills. Is that a bear? Dude, someone's got a bear as a weapon! They can't defeat us now! I am down. Oh, I was team killed. You complain about me hitting enemies? I just got team killed. We say acceptable casualties. I mean, stuffed bear. It is now happening. I am on fire. I'm on fire, and I have a bear. You cannot stop me. I threw a bear at him. What you going to do now? I can't even see the guy I'm blocking. What is happening? Bear. Bear. Oh, flesh wound, and I'm dead. Okay. It's so great. It's so great. I'm gonna throw my halberd at someone and start shanking people. You watch me. We lost. Never mind. I don't get to throw my halberd at somebody. I should just thrown it. Man, they killed the king. Oh noes. I'm watching. How dare you? How dare you? 9 and 16. Not my greatest by a long shot, but fair enough. It was the warm-up round. Alright, while this is setting up for next one, I gotta pee. So I will be right back. Ooh, I like this map. This one's really fun with Archer.
The Breach of Bodwin.
The North will drown in blood!
Masons, keep the enemy away from the walls!
Canoja, wipe this nation stain off our land! Advance our siege convoys to the wall!
Bad. Very bad.
Okay, I'm back. I just realized, I don't think I updated the stream info. So I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna go update the stream info while I'm pushing the thing, quote unquote. Because get wrecked. Carried if yeah, I'm just gonna get carried. Chivalry 2. Throwing bears. Chivalry 2. Can I finish this and get back before I die? Done. Sweet. I survived and got the convoy there, or not the convoy, the barricade thing, just the tower. Okay. What's your total my score? Yeah, AFK, bad ending, batting unlocked. Your fall if you lose, carried if you win. I am not AFK. How dare you? Die. Chew toy. Good name. Accurate. Excuse me. Oh! Trebuchet headshot. Good lord. Okay, anyway. That was totally team damage. That was a bad aim. This side needs help. Oh, I got pushed over. Oh, jump back. Oh, yep, you got right behind me. Eat that, yeah. Yeah, seriously. Push the siege ramps. Push, we should. Oh, is this one we gotta push? Oh, we gotta push this. Alright, I'm gonna push this. We are pushing. Push and poke. That's the name of the game right now. Push and poke. I actually, I keep forgetting what the name of this halberd type is, but it's actually probably one of my favorite weapons. for medieval stuff. I'm getting hit. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna heal. Let's go. Oh, if I dump my package on here, does it stay on it? Or does it fall behind? I can't tell. I was getting hit by so many people, I think including my own people. Class gives you the M16? I think that's a DLC Knight class. You gotta pay for that one. Yeah, it's one of the secret, like, pay-to-win strats of the game. Who's hitting me right now? Dude, I got so many archers constantly after me. There we go. Ow! Oh, it is an enemy. That's a kill. I just hit the objective. Oh! Pay to win as always, yeah. You gotta get on a 1 out of 1 million on a $5 loot box, yeah. Yep, that's how it works. The only way to spend upwards of 5,000 on the game, even have a chance to unlock it. Yeah, that's how it works, man. That's how it goes.
These Mason siege weapons are a terrible nuisance. Take them out.
Oh, take out the big arrow things? Gladly. Oh! About that. About that strategy. About that. About that, yo. You checked him out already, yeah. Would you believe running straight at a ballista might have been bad for my health? Would you believe? Oh, dodged that one. If our catapults could, you know, harass them a little bit, this is not gonna be fun. Ow! Oh, they set up. Wow. I didn't even get killed by a ballista. I got killed by an arrow. That was a bow. Got a real good look, yeah. Can we do this? Is this a thing? Oh, you got on it. Oh, let me get you rocks, actually. This is a thing. This is a thing. I like this. I think this is cool. Here, I'm gonna bring you ammo. This is called teamwork right here. See this side? See this side? This is what you don't have, right? You don't got teamwork like this.
Their defense is faltered. Tear down the remaining siege weapons.
That's a kill. Okay. That's it. There we go. Dude, halberds? They're great. Ow. I am down. I am down. Help. Nope. That's quite the arrow pin for a normal arrow, let me say. See what? Yeah. Sup, Zophiana. Sup, Zophiana. You got the Obi-Wan on you there? Yeah. Yep. That's absolutely. Hit me so hard with an arrow, it pinned me through my entire body. There we go. That's some done trebuchets. I got so many assist points just now. I don't know how or from what, but I will certainly take it. Yeah, this thing's gotta go. Let's go. Ow! Getting smacked by own people, as is normal for this game. What about bonbons? I heard bonbons. Give me the bonbons! Dead. I heard bonbons. I am here for bonbons. I am also apparently a chick. That hurt. Kill. A lot of team damage, but also kill. Let's go. I'm gonna heal myself, because I have healing capabilities, and I have no health. So I'm just gonna go ahead and fix that. Call me Frankie, that's incredible. I think I'm starting to warm up. Of course I say that and immediately get annihilated by a gang of dudes. Okay, just stop in the middle of the road, why don't you? Warmed with your own blood, Elrish. Shit, yeah. Oh yeah, we're supposed to capture this, huh? I guess I could do this. Let's just mess up their ability to reinforce.
The bazaar is nearly ours. Occupy it.
We are pushing them pretty hard. Yep. KDA? You keep saying KDA. What do you mean by KDA? What does that mean?
We have taken the bazaar.
We took the bazaar, but they spawned me outside the walls.
The masons still hold the town hall. Take it back.
How am I doing? 6 and 9. I feel like I'm doing way better than this, but my score is pretty decent. Got all the objectives. Ow. You know what? Longsword, let's go. Kill death average. KDA plays someone goes 4 kills over playing objective. Oh, yeah. Alright, we'll play the objective. First I gotta get through this guy. With his Flamberg. Actually no, I just have to go in here. Playing the objective. We need to kill 4 of them. Well, man, I guess I gotta kill some people. Well then, I got killed by a hobo hand cannon. Because a kill death's more boring than actually winning a Scuser team. His sword has wiggles to stay away, yeah. Those swords were actually utterly vicious if you know what they were designed for, the Flamberg. It makes cuts worse for like blood loss, and they're next to impossible to like patch up and fix. Like you can't sew them shut. It's real bad. We need to cut off their ability to get in there. Ow.
Our forces have nearly taken the hall. Reinforce them.
Just like the simulation. Ow. Where are you? Okay, I was doing pretty good just then. I was doing pretty good. He's buying the wall, yeah. No, I saw it. I thought I was doing pretty good right there. Right that moment.
Our flag flies proudly over the
Well, you know what? That helped us get the objective, honestly, because I was right in front of where the reinforcements into the hall were going.
Use the bombers and reduce it to rubble.
So sometimes playing the objective is not is not actually like sitting on the objective. It's just making it hard for the enemy to stop you from getting the objective. Let's just all stay right on these bombards, just swarm them. That was totally team damage right there. We are pushing hard. Yo, cannonball. I'ma nail someone's cannonball, man. Or I'm gonna get hit from behind. Gunstone. Sure. Oh, I totally hit him with it! And then the guy hit me from behind. Copium? Okay. Dude, I hit a dude with a gunstone. Like, what more could I ask for? Seriously. It did more damage than an arrow. It did. Throwing the big ball at him did more damage than an arrow. It's so absurd. That was quite the battle cry, let me tell you. Those dudes are on fire. These guys look like they need to die. What? How strong was that help? What was that hand axe? That was just like a hatchet. Ow. Can I help you, sir? Oh, that's bad. And that was a great bit of running to that point. What? That hand axe though, that hand axe completely threw me off. I couldn't believe how strong that hand axe was. This guy right here. Ow. I'm doing bad. I'm doing bad. Oh no! This guy's good. That guy has the best equipment set in here right now. I'm not sure how he got to that point. But he has a giant shield, heavy armor, and a spear. Like, it can't get worse to deal with at all than that dude right there. I should have kicked him. Was it F to kick? Yeah, it's F to kick. Alright, next time I run up against that guy, I'm gonna kick him. I need to remember against shields, which fortunately there aren't that many shields. I got kicked. This is bad. There's the guy again. Yeah, I was done. I was done. I was so dead. It was just bad. It not good. It not good, man. It bad times right there. I unlocked the pull hit. What? Okay. These cannons are ridiculous. Yo, we only need a few more shots. Can I... Oh, yo, let's go. Can I... Did they just kill me with the cannon? I'm just picking up weapons right in front of can. The can actually kills me by shooting. Did that actually just happen? Yo, GG on that. That was nuts. Wow. You still with me, Sai? Did you see that? Did you see any of all that? There was a lot of nonsense towards the end of that. That was bonkers. I was mad. Ugh. This is a fun map. I played this last night. It was good. Already out of Archer slots. Devastator, Raider, Ambusher, Pullman, Man-at-Arms, Field Engineer. I don't have any of those yet. Seeing that I'm close to unlocking the Man-at-Arms with the shield, I'm going to continue to play Pullman. Yes, seems like a good idea. Maybe I can get Pullman this match if I do well enough. Archer on this map, though, very fun. Right at the beginning. Just shooting down at them as they're coming off the boats. But for now, yeah, you get back up there. We'll stay down here.
We must defend our lighthouse and secure the port.
Yo, it's that guy again. Okay, that was That dude dragged that attack till the heat death of the universe. Good God, that was so long. If I could get up, please. Thank you. Do we already have enemies up there? What is my team doing? Ah, yep, I saw the swing coming, like, yep, that's gonna kill me. Am I dead? Yeah, get back down the stairs where it's easier for me to use a pole arm. Oh! I didn't do any of that, but man, that was funny. Got that. Let's go. Did you just cut the fish there? What? This game's amazing. This game has everything right in it. Can I come back up before you set that down? Or oh, what even? Yeah, I one on each side. I was done. I wonder what's available on the snack side of thing. Oh, I'm hungry, but I don't want to make a while better. Oh, gotcha. Sai, have you missed or just decided not comment all the insanity? Let's take this guy out. I mistimed that terribly. I mistimed everything about that engagement. Not a single thing was timed correctly there. Good job. And now I don't get to spawn. They're like, for a minute, you missed a dude that got launched out, like practically out of the map by getting hit with just like a hand axe to the side of the head. I also went in front of one of those bombards to pick up weapons. The bombard fired, it killed me. Like the bombard shot that won us the game fired through my body, killed me, shocked the crap out of me. And then, yeah. I was like, ooh, there's a shield here. I was like, cool, I'm gonna use a shield. And then, bombard. How are you still alive? Oh, that's my guy. Oh, we have to go. I hurt that guy. I hurt him, so it's okay. I got hit by a crossbow. How am I the third best in our team at 400, and they're saying that, man, you gotta go down a ways to get below that. This is going badly. It is not the best. I do think I'm gonna get man-at-arms before this game ends up. I'm taking our hit and start looking through that digital pantry thing. Maybe I'll end up making cookies or something randomly. Oh. Listen, you gotta start sending me cookies when you make cookies, man. I'm just throwing it out there. You keep telling me about these cookies, and then, I mean, not like I could eat your cookies anyway, but still. Man, there is such a crazy press in there. You rip-toe something, get immediately interrupted. It's rough. I'm just too lazy to take photos of them. You just make tiny batches of 4 at a time in my toaster oven, eat them in the same hour they're cooked. I'm a timer camera, I'm too busy with cookies. That doesn't seem very efficient, just saying. There's that shield and spear guy. Ugh, I was doing decently there. I was holding a decent number of them back. I need to get someone with a shield, honestly. I didn't get a class with a shield. How? Oh, I'm a ways off from man-at-arms. Yeah. Oh, I should be setting up the spike traps, because this is literally like the thing that it's good for. Alright, next, those doors that we come through when we spawn, that I gotta put up spike traps in. I gotta start putting up, like here. How do I get you up? Can I get you up? Stop. Okay, sure.
They have captured the entire thing.
Switch back to your halberd, please. Thank you. I just missed every swing I made. That was terrible. That was a glaive. Oh, that's cool. This team is a joke. I agree. Our team is a joke. They are consistently doubling our scores. I couldn't... Okay. It's... Man, I don't know how to deal with this. It's so rough. I just hit my own guy like twice. Oh, I got shot. The last little bit of my health. Shot. Great. Six swings in a row, you did it. I know. Dude, my weapon's so big. I can't, like, not hit enemies if I try to sweep. Or not hit allies if I sweep. Ah, I held the... My weapon's so big, yeah. I'm so big and girthy. Should I try Knight? I haven't even tried Knight yet in this game. Let's try Knight. I'm an officer now. I have what? Big sword and medium sword, and then like, what, he's like throwing knives? Immediately get hit by oh, okay. I was still figuring out my inventory. You're a white knight IRL, so might as well match your in-game. Yeah. Sure. I can't quite hit him. I'm on fire. I'm gonna die. Okay. I kinda held that for a second, I feel like. Maybe? Why does everyone look so much cooler than you? I don't know. Maybe the fact that I just started playing the game. I've actually unlocked a bunch of stuff. I've just not, like, turned any of it on. So, all my stuff's default. Bad. This guy is beating the crap out. There we go. Finally. Good lord. And that guy immediately dies. And then that guy gets shot. Man, they are creaming us. The gap between our best player and their best player is larger than our player's entire score. Seriously, 2200 is our best player. Their best player is 5300. It's a lot of skill issue. There's a lot of skill issue happening. I don't argue that at all. I couldn't do anything. Just, I'm gonna hit with so much stuff. I'm blocking half of it, and then every attack is interrupted. Every single attack is interrupted. Every single one. Oh man, it's bad. What? That's gotta be stuff you gotta be able to shoot or something. I keep seeing stuff like that happen all of a sudden. Hobbled bear for sure? I don't know. I'm living longer once I get in there. Once I get in the thick of it. I think it's my timing, or just the situation. It's just, like, untenable. What's, if I did Vanguard, right? What am I using? Big ol' battle axe? I got a war club now. I don't know, we'll see how this war club works. Oh. Okay. Man.
Protect the archives! Our knowledge must be preserved for future generations!
Alright. I am stuck. There we go. Jeez. That guy left the game, I guess? Oh, those are allies coming in. Just totally just embedded my axe head into my own dude's head. Crawl! Crawl! Maybe! Maybe! I made it out! Someone help me! Yes! And immediately died. You're gonna have to put that link in the Discord side because I can't stop and look at whatever that is. The amount of buttons involved is absurd. You can pick up and throw chairs at people? I threw a bug at him. Is this an ally or an enemy? Ally. There's more fire. There's so much fire. It's that one song. I made my way down the block with a Glock. I'm gonna get. Oh jeez. Man, should watch where I was going. I was too busy reading lyrics about Glocking people. We could switch to Glocking people. I got Insurgency Sandstorm. It's very fun. I have a lot of the fun annihilating people with 4 gauge. Ah, my own guys keep getting my way. It's bad. They're just stepping in my way. This dude's screwed. I don't know how he's even still alive. There he goes. We lost so hard. This match was a joke. Down with the Scholastic Book Fair. Oh man. That game was real rough. Look at that. That was insane. It was not great. Not good.
Fall of Lion Spire. Being strong is never slay the Agathians! He orders! Who dares oppose me? Who dares oppose me? That is my death!
Okay, we are going in with a pole hammer. Okay, I guess I still am the bow axe dude. Fine. It's also my first time being Masons, actually.
Masons, secure the beach and bring the battering rams to the gate.
Terrible. I got killed by Dick Cheney 420. That's funny. That's good. Alright. With the pole hammer. With the Becta Corbin. My actual real life choice amongst medieval weapons. That's why. We are pushing, we are pushing. Incoming catapult rocks. That guy got wrecked. Whoa! Catapult hit. That was rough. That was rough. Dude, catapult landing on you does 2,550 damage. I don't know why. That's way more health than anyone ever has. By so much. It's absurd. Ow. Arrow. Arrow again.
This is upsetting.
Oh! Some kind of trap got me? Jeez. Oh, I was team killed. I was team killed by a trap. That only hurt me, apparently. Oh, apparently this is not a backup ram that we can push up to be ready.
This is upsetting.
Oh, I got hit from behind. Not good. It's not good. You can tackle people?
Yes, our battering ram has reached the gate.
Ah. They surged pretty hard. Ooh, good, not pacing. Like distance. Oh, this dude's got such a long pike. Yeah, I knew my time was way off. Oh, his team killed by catapult, man. That didn't help no one. Ah, there we go with team kill by catapults again, man. By announcing new e-resting bill, unlike an arrest, it's arrest with digital detainment. What, they just like banning people from the internet now? Would you die? There we go. Jeez. Nope.
Their gate is in ruins. Soldiers, capture the town square in the name of Ulrich.
When ERS does, you put it on blacklist or Amazon only ever sends you Roxy patches now. When you order something, you can't refund it. What? That's not real. Oh, these are just AI. Let's focus on the people that are actually dangerous to us. Farmer's only county name with a full count of decade. Jeez. So dumb. Dude, that guy's got an anvil!
This is upsetting.
We need to take these walls. This is just AI. Cause us problems. Man, I'm not getting nothing for like kills or points, even though I'm the last one to do damage. That's a freaking forklift, yeah. Can we not get— oh, there was an anvil for a split second. Someone get the guy up. There's a lot of fire incoming. I mean that literally. Can I can't pick that one up, apparently. Pass one earlier on your way to spawn, do some building outlays. Yeah. Well, there was a dude just carrying it around earlier. It was nuts. It looks ridiculous, especially when you know how heavy those things are. Like, those things are— they're insane. Why do I have an axe on? Oh, they must have knocked my thing out of my hand. Yeah, let's switch to Archer for again for a while. I'm close to getting crossbowman. I don't like it. Oh, no. This dude with the spear. I feel you, man. Yo, let's go. Immediately killed by a bow with a single shot. Are you kidding me? I was in a great spot. Ate a plane, he came in 2v1 a random night, yeah. Oh, it's pretty rough. Did my arrow carry over its fire from the last life? I guess just spontaneously lit on fire. Dude, they have so much health. There we go. Die. I'ma die. Yep. Stand still, harder. This is a much better match overall. I'm just not doing good. Copium? I said I wasn't doing good. How's that copium? Yeah, overall, I mean, but like my team balance. Like the two teams are better balanced than last game, which was a joke. I have hit my own guys so many times. Ah, there's a kill. I killed my own dude. I wonder if I... Every shot is team damage. I'm about to run out of arrows. Yeah. Okay.
We have taken the town.
It's team more... This is... More teammates this game enemy hits, yeah. Dude, it's hard. Do you see the chaos I am trying to shoot into? Oh, I had a guy. That looked like it should have hit a guy. Team damage. Like, there's no aiming in this. Like, good luck. Good luck trying to aim. Okay, now I'm starting to hit enemies a bit more. As I say that, immediately hit someone on my own team. Don't mind me, I'm just grabbing some arrows. I said, don't mind me. On the plus side, you really don't do a lot of damage to your allies. They kind of fixed that. That was kind of a problem in the first game. You would team kill your own dudes all the time as an archer. That's a kill. This is actually a pretty nice archery spot, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I have a brazier. You know what that means? Put down brazier, immediately get killed. Oh, bunch of other archers. Yeah, anyway. What'd I say? Put down brazier, immediately get killed? Well, I lit two of them on fire at least. Don't reach the planet, seem better off. You played Skyrim, how can you miss bad aiming a bow? I know you play stealthy bow character at least twice. Yeah, I did. No, every single character turned into a stealthy archer. That game has such a problem with that. No matter what I tried making my guy as, he would turn into a stealth archer eventually. It was real rough. It's like, I'm gonna roleplay a werewolf. Or some nonsense. Nah. All illusion magic. Nope. necromancer build with a bow. Like, I unlock crossbowman. Let's go. Can I? Excuse me. And then I wanna... Oh, you know what I should have done before with the brazier? I should have set up my spike trap thing in front of it, in front of the thing first, so they had to get through that. Oh, he set that just in time. Dude, arrows do like no damage. Crossbow better be better. I actually should probably hit that, so I actually spawn next turn as a crossbowman. There we go. Sweet. Team damage. This is such a press to try to shoot into. Where's their archers? That guy just stood right in my way. I'll take that one arrow, thank you. I kind of like in games like this, in completely non-story based games like this, I am totally fine with backseating. I think it's funny. So feel free to backseat. There was a brazier. I was not using it. I should have been. I agree. I'm now using a brazier. I'm hitting my own guy. I let one of my own guys on fire. Are you proud of me now? Proud of me now? Now my team kills not just team damage, but team on fire. Because you know they lay on fire and take damage over time, right? Oh, that's going now. Oh, great. I have my own brazier. Brazier. I'm just shooting completely, like, at random. Oh, lit my own guy on fire. I am a menace. I'm a menace to my own team. This is absolutely correct. Yep, you just ran right in front of that. Can't... I'm trying not to hit them. I am legitimately efforting, and I am still hitting my own guys, and none of the enemy.
Out of shot.
Out of shot? Oh, right here. Durr. Good, now you can deal more team damage, yeah. Use the arrow cam. What does the arrow cam do again? Oh, right. Something about that. Imagine if arrows can do damage to the banners. I don't think they can, because that'd be kind of dumb. Team damage. Can I get some damage increases so I can do more team damage, please? Oh, kill. I got a kill. I then immediately killed one of my own dudes. Oh, that was a headshot for 70 damage. That was pretty good. And team damage. I hit that archer right in the crotch. And then he hit me in the face. Oh, killed. Killed that archer. Team damage. I was trying to hit the jumping knight, but okay. I switched to crossbowman, and now we're doing really well, so I'm not dying. I don't know how you do ammo cam. Can you... Wait, what was that? I can hit people?
We're out of ammo, lads.
My ammo again. There ammo nearby? No, I have to go back down here. You just clip for whenever my next team deep big bow is, and the par's asking why every missed range attack is hitting an ally. Yeah. Yeah, that's... I'm giving you free content, Sai. You should be thanking me. Aren't I such a good streamer, giving you free DMing content? Now I'm gonna die. I sailed too close to the sun. Yep. Die. Suicide. He came down after me. Let's go. Let's go. Banner. I don't know what Banner does. Yeah, it comes down on top of you. Yeah. Yo, that was my plan all along. Couldn't you tell? Team damage. How? Team damage. You kidding me? Ow. Okay. The second I get my crossbow. The second I get my crossbow, we lose. The best. Let me tell you. Oh, where? Here we go. That's what I think about that. 666. Eight kills, 20 deaths. I can only imagine how much. Look at all the stuff I unlocked. I can only imagine the amount of absolute insane amounts of team damage I did. I really wish it could say. You lost because you switched a crossbow. It's just a bow. You're full. You're full. You're full. Yo, it's true, man. Truer facts ain't never been spoken. Is that all you got? These guys sound like me. What? Wait, that's why we all sound ridiculous. What is this?
Eliminate the enemy team.
We're just a bunch of like school kids. I'm gonna take the book. I'm gonna throw the book at somebody. Oh, right, blue guys. I am down. Oh, I hold down the click to do arrow cam. Where's a dagger? Yo, let's go. That guy's up. Actual weapons. Oh, is this how the war supposedly started? Oh, now I'm dead. Alright, I probably get a crossbow now. You're still just doing T-Rex. That should have been the name of this stream. Team Kill Supreme. I need to get up on... I have a fish. I'm gonna eat the fish. Very good. That was necessary. That was a tactical move. Okay, what we got here? How did I miss that? But okay. Ow. Totally got me. And got me again. Yet another degenerate. Good job, good fish. Yep. It's a very important fish. I feel like I'm gonna hit even less because my rate of fire is so much lower. I can only hope that whenever I do hit my own team, that the damage is worth it. Oh, there we go. Good fish, good ending unlocked. Free W, built different. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Now I do 16 team damage. Big upgrade. We're doing big numbers now. Okay. I deserve that. Okay. It's very important that I optimize my team damage. That's a hit. That's pretty good. Does this do like half their health in one hit? I can't tell what the percentages mean, to be honest. Okay, this is gonna be my turret position. From here, I'm going to rain death upon all. Ooh, that was a lot of damage. I actually don't know what these numbers mean, to be honest. I don't know how much health these guys have, for the most part. You know, I think it's because it's more gun-like. I just inherently have better aim. It's all psychological, really. Valorant coach came over and hit you back. Yeah, Valorant coach voice. You really need to work on keeping your crosshair at head level. Yeah. No, it's true. I mean, it is kind of hard though when you keep it at enemy head level, so you just shoot your allies like right between the shoulder blades. Actually, I'm gonna go for that one. That's way safer. Hey, we're gonna find out what the banner does soon. You excited? You should be. Or not, you know, or I could get shot from... I don't even know where that guy was. Where was that dude? Not head level on allies. Didn't think I would need to clarify that. You know, maybe... Maybe you did, okay? Ow? Excuse me? Excuse you? That guy killed me with a sledgehammer. He hit me so hard my crossbow lost its connection to gravity. That's pretty hard. You know how hard you gotta hit someone like that? Strategic carrot, cabbage? Tactical cabbage acquired? Nowhere close. Nowhere close. That guy looks like one of my D&D characters with the Warhammer and a beard. It's almost like I'm playing a medieval fantasy game. Almost. Not my cabbages. Not my cabbage core. Yeah. Can I, hit somebody, maybe? Yo, I'm gonna try doing this banner thing. I don't know what this does. I'm just gonna hope it does something here. Excuse me?
I think I'm ready for a little round.
Oh, is this healing everybody? Oh, this thing heals people. Sweet. Oh, I did not reload. Excuse me. Alright, cool. It banners. Right, it banners. It shows that this spot right here on the ground is mine. This is my ground. This is my cobblestone. This cobblestone's mine. Dibs. I call dibs on the cobblestone. That cobblestone right there. You see that? You see that right there? That one's mine. Possession, like property is 9/10 of the law, and 9/10 of the law says that this rock right there, that one's mine. Can't confirm, stone is cobbled. I was just straight at my own guy. I saw the ping above his head. Second too late. That did damage. Excuse me? Actually hit the guy coming at me. Hoggers. I think my banner's gone. My banner's gone. The stone is now, free. Okay. That is that same dude. Where is that dude? You only gotta stay there for another 16 to 50 years paying a state for Squire's rights to kick in? Yeah, right. Oh, this is cool. We can climb this? Dude, this game is so amazing. There's so many quality of life things in this game. I see you, Archer. I probably lost track of you now in the press of everything because, you know, I have to reload a crossbow, but, you know. Somehow team damage. Somehow. There we go. Yo, got the takedown. See, Archer's all about assists anyway. Assists and reminding your team that they need to fight harder because you are upping their difficulty because you believe in them. You know, it's real. You should be glad the game doesn't give you an accuracy rate.
They have only 30 troops
Yeah.
left.
You're probably right on that, to be honest.
We only have 30 troops left.
When you shoot men in plate armor with a crossbow, square in the chest, and they keep walking.
Just 20 Agathians remain.
I have 1 bull remaining. Let's make it count.
Only
Alright, very
20
good.
Mason troops remain.
I mean, someone got taken down, so it's all good. Can I get supplies now?
They're down to 10 troops left.
Okay, now's when it counts.
We are down to 10.
I saw the archer, it just, he
Only
couldn't
5
actually hit me,
Agathians
so...
remain. Only 5 Masons remain.
I am helping so many
We are
takedowns.
victorious.
I am... So many takedowns. You know, 0 kills, 11 takedowns though, 1,300 points. I am a boss. You just took down a Wagner Merc. Wagner Merc. I couldn't say that correctly for some reason. At all. Carried? Did I carry? I don't know. I really emotionally supported my team by imparting my confidence in them that they could carry the day with less health. As their baseline how to deal with the enemy. You know what I mean?
Desecration of Gallencourt.
Oh, you know how the archer's supposed to be good? You're supposed to unlock the war bow at like archer 18 or some nonsense. Yeah, let's go over to Pullman and unlock man-at-arms. Let's just go do that. Let's do Devastator. Let's do that. And what are these? Mallets? Huh. Oh, we are in the game, okay. Okay. 2v1 there. Enjoy your pity points. Just completely miss. Oh, team damage. It's a good game when I see team damage on my screen. There we go. Dead and team damage. Can't get better than that. A kill and team damage. It's the best. Wait, am I Mason or am I... Oh, I'm Mason. Okay. Oh, no. Someone pick me up. I can fight. Oh, no. That archer should have covered me better. He should have hit him. Dick Cheney got me again. Fair conspiracy theory still, what if Case just did that? I mean, what if that guy's head just... I can pick up his head. I have the dude's head. I'm gonna throw this at a dude. I hit the dude with his head. Okay. I did hit him with that hit though. It was pretty baller. Wait, does that work? I can't tell if he lived or not. Yo, someone do that. I want to get on us. Devastator inbound. Are you even ready? And I didn't take damage. You don't take damage from doing that. That's amazing. Actual siege tactics. And hit from behind. Still more damage than normal. Then for the head, yeah, the head did like 40 damage. Yo, this guy's just flinging people in there. We're just flinging a bunch of people in there. Let's go. We, Oh, okay, so we have that one. We need to capture that one. Alright.
Pushing. We need to
Realistic, yes. Haven't you seen orcs do that? In, like, Warhammer Fantasy, I think that was the thing? That one dude was fending off like 4 people and killed all of them. That guy's insane. Goblins do that MTG. Oh yeah, I posted a thing with the fodder cannon. I posted in my cousin's Discord actually. In Lieutenant Bam's Discord, I posted that. I thought that was pretty funny.
Ships are anchored in port. Destroy them.
Can you believe I got a takedown? I got an assist. Amazing. The best. That guy, he got assistance to the afterlife. I'm pretty sure by our own team's catapults. Oh, I tried to pick up that guy and died for it. They realized cast the last 2 measures. You don't realize a lot, and that's okay. I forgive you for it. I'm gonna chuck this fire just blindly right in there for maximum damage on literally everyone, including my own team. I think I only lit 1 guy in fire. And didn't even kill him. Can I just get big shield? Can I get a decent, Oh, let's go. I think I was about to get killed by my own team because this might be an Agatha shield. This might be an Agatha shield. I just wanted to switch classes, you know? Can I not get a line of fire and get over here? Gonna get back my No, I don't want to lose my shield. I'm getting hit by something. I don't know what's hitting me, but something's hitting me. Can someone pick me up? Hey, incoming allies. You. Oh, thank you. That works.
Not gonna work.
I can't believe I'm still alive with my shield and lance that I've done nothing with, nothing productive. 0 productivity fighters. Yeah, it was a pretty good death, I thought. I don't know why this guy's doing such a weird, like, that's a problem. Oh, there we go. Now I'm dead. They got me. Dude, I can't imagine what your jokes are gonna turn into when I just show up one day and be like, so I got a girlfriend. Got him. Yes. Let's go. Oh, from behind. I got hit in the back. That's what they call you, Uno Arm Nathaniel. No. Just no.
Only the flagship Goldmane remains. Cripple her!
Oh yeah, we're supposed to be getting on the ship and doing stuff, huh? I suppose, like, the objective, maybe? Yo, someone finally killed Frankie Beans. Let's go. I am a pirate. Immediately dead. I couldn't even, like, do a hit. Dude, that dude's got a bell! Got a bell! That dude's got a bell, man. That guy's about to throw a Liberty Bell at him. That's tight. Yo, what about Fire Pot? What about that, huh? I might have overthrown that. We'll see. Just bad at oil pots. Would you believe? Oh, that guy's still got me. I feel like we are beating them. That guy's got a Metzia. That's pretty cool. Oh, you can go up here? Yo, let's go up here. Dude, just getting hit in the side or the back and it's all over. Yeah, it's fine. 2 kills, 11 deaths, it's all good. No worries. Tomorrow I'm actually gonna stream games I'm good at. I feel like that's appropriate after this. Oh, I did stream one game I'm good at today. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called Connect 4. I think it's gonna become a big thing this year. Yeah, I think it's gonna come into a sense. It's gonna be a big deal. I missed. Dude, so many knights. So much plate armor. I killed that guy. I am still alive.
Not gonna work. You're nuts.
Oh, I'm getting healed by someone else. That's why I can't do my bandages. Yo, let's go. Where's the thing we gotta do? It's over here. Let's go around the fire and not through it. Okay. Oh, defend the explosives. Okay. We're on defense now. What just happened? Oh, the explosives went off. Nice!
Flagships have been immobilized. Masons, use their own powder kegs against the main gate.
Oh, we're still going, huh? That dude just got hit in the face by a powder keg. Alright, that guy legit annihilated me. That guy's really... Oh, that guy's the best player in the game right now. 27 and 10. 42 takedowns. That guy has this game on lock. Yo, Sai, what if I just turn into a Connect 4 streamer? Like, I only play Connect 4 going forward. First day, huh? That's pretty rough. So now you're dead. Okay. They should have all these power kegs on the ground just start exploding whenever fire touches them. I feel like that'd be appropriate. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pop some fire in there myself, actually. What am I doing? Yo, there we go. Now I'm burning peeps.
Go way out of that. Oh, no. Jamie.
Yo, let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, I almost made it. I went out. On fire. Fire damage. Fair enough. I don't see us winning this. I don't know where I got the shield from, but sweet. Oh, never mind. Back down again. And revived. Same guy, I think. And dead. Okay. Cool deal.
No! The Ignathius Knights have not wavered! We have failed!
Oh, look, stage 3 then? Man. Yeah, I've just gotten worse. Alright, I'ma call it. It is late, I wish for ice cream, and I am tired. Thanks for hanging outside. I will catch you another time. Tomorrow, I'll probably stream more gaming, but it'll be gaming I'm actually good at.